Let me recall that. I think the poly was off.
That's good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Your Honor. You
Mr.
talking to me?
Deanne? All right. Yeah, I'm going to recall the case. State of Michigan versus Mohammed Deanne.
Good morning, Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Mohammed Janan, who appears via Zoom from the MDOC facility. Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Mohammed Janeh.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have discussed this matter briefly with my client this morning. He was recently transferred to a different MDOC facility. So to that end, I was unable to visit with him either via video or in person prior to today's date. So I'd be requesting a brief adjournment so that can happen.
What's my date?
2 weeks.
You want the 4th or the 18th? Well, it's 2 weeks exact on the 4th.
Yes, sir.
Maybe.
Maybe the 18th.
Sounds good, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll adjourn the matter June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Thank you, Mr. Dan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case of the people versus William Parker.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Hi, sir. Tom Pietrowski on behalf of Mr. Parker, who's approaching and standing to my right. Hi, sir.
Name, sir?
William Parker.
All right. What do we do?
This is scheduled for an arraignment. We'd waive formal reading and stand mute, Your Honor.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea.
We were asking for a pretrial. I believe I've confirmed this with your clerk at June 14th. Please.
14th.
Yes, please. June 18th. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'll adjourn this matter to June pretrial, June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m. As to bond.
Good afternoon.
This is an alleged OWI second offense of the prior offense in 2022. People are requesting that the defendant be placed on a scram or a sober lane. There was no crash. The defendant was stopped after being observed engaging in bad driving. And the alleged VAC in the matter is 0.129.
Your Honor,
0.129.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think sober lake is reasonable to request, Your Honor. We would concur.
All right. Set the defendant's bond at a personal recognizance, $15,000 bond. All order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or possession of any weapons. You understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
There should be no possession of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. I'm also going to order that you report to community corrections for placement on a sober link testing device. All right, and I'll sign that.
Thank you.
order.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Want me to set those to the side. Court does call the case of the people versus Kamara Reed.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Dan Garrett on behalf of Ms. Reed. She's stepping forward.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kamara Reed.
For arraignment, we would waive reading and stand mute, please.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea.
I'm ultimately asking for another pretrial mid-June if possible due to my client's requested travel, which I'll address in a second, as well as travel I have.
All right. Pretrial in this matter then will be June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m. As to bond.
Here, this is an alleged OWI first offense. There's no crash. Let BAC 0.099. We are requesting
0.99.
Preferably soberly in this matter. No priors, Your Honor.
No crash.
No crash.
All right. It's a traffic stop. Is that
Traffic stop for no headlights at, I think of note at the scene, it was a 08. And as it relates to any testing, I do want to address travel when Your Honor's ready.
all right? Set her bond at a $10,000 personal recognizance. All other standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or possession of any weapons. There should be no use of alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. Given the BAC level, I'm not going to place her on a testing device at this point.
Your Honor, I appreciate that. One of the things we added it. Let me say this a different way. She's asking to go to Arizona today, leaving in like 2 hours. I was going to adjourn, but Ms. Lundy and I agreed to just do that today. So she's asking permission to.
If I said no, what happens?
She's staying right here with us. That's what happens.
Why are you going to Arizona?
My cousin's graduating high school.
Family that graduates. See, Karen knew that.
I did know that.
Yeah, and it's gonna. How long? Today through
The 31st.
Through the 31st? It's a long graduation.
And family reunion.
Leave that out. All
Your
right.
Honor, one thing I did want to mention, but I neglected to, I apologize for the interruption, is that the defendant at the time of the offense was 20 years old. She had not yet turned
Oh,
21.
she
So
has not yet turned 21.
that's correct.
Okay, that changes. Thank you.
I apologize for the interruption.
All right. So I will indicate that the defendant may travel to Arizona today. I am going to order community corrections. I am going to order that she be placed on a sober link device, given that there's an age issue.
Could she go right?
She can go right now.
Good.
They're usually watching, but if they have a problem, they can call in.
Sounds good.
Usually people don't run over there asking to be put on a device. So,
Get her over there right now. Thank you.
all right.
Attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have fun in Arizona. It's hot.
Yes.
Court calls the case, People versus Aaron Salazar.
Actually, one for the people.
Morning, Your Honor. David Chan, on behalf of Aaron Salazar. We do, Your Honor, we do have a plea in this matter in return for the super drunk charge being dismissed. My client will plead to OWI first.
That's correct, Your Honor. The 93-day misdemeanor, $100 to $500 fine, 6 points of his license, and various other Secretary of State sanctions. Contrary to 257-6251A, will dismiss the OWI high BAC. There had recently been, not a violation, but a progress report cautioning the defendant to remain compliant with his sober link device. Mr. Shan had shared with me some of the explanation as to why there was that late/miss test. So I'm satisfied with that explanation and ready to move forward with this plea should the court accept it.
All right. And that's a correct statement on the plea.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right.
He cleans residential houses and he takes sober link with him. And he left it at a residential house that he cleaned and then had to go back and get the owner to get the sober link out of the residential house so he could do the testing. So that is what happened.
May I have him sworn?
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, yes.
State your name, please.
Aaron Salazar.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you are going to be pleading guilty to the charge of operating while intoxicated. That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days of jail, a $500 fine plus court costs. The court could order community service and any rehabilitative services the court deems necessary. The court could order your vehicle immobilized, could order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And understanding that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes,
And to that charge, how do you plead?
yes, I'm guilty.
You pleading guilty?
Guilty.
All right. Now you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
No trial.
Not right.
That's the stuff that we went through. Yeah.
You understand that you will not have a trial, sir.
I'm sorry. Boss.
Do you understand there'll be no trial?
Oh, yeah.
All right. You signed an advice of rights form today, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions regarding any of those rights?
No.
Look at paragraph 5. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand that you're giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
You understand these?
Yeah, I understand.
All right. You understand you're giving up those rights.
Yeah, you're waiving those. You're giving them up.
Yeah.
Okay. Is he understanding me?
Yes, you're.
Because I've got to make sure that he does.
Yes, he does. And that's why I'm slowing down because you speak really quickly and he does.
So that's the second insult Shan has given my court today. The first one when I wasn't out here, but was reported to me.
I did that.
No,
That is
you
not.
said
an
it, and
insult.
I know you said it. Now you just did that. Now that first one was about how hard I think I work my staff.
It was an
And
honest.
then this
honest
was just a
statement.
direct attack on me. All right, so no, I won't hold that against you. All right, but is he understanding?
Yes, he is.
All right. So you understand you're not going to have a trial. You're waiving all of the rights that are on this form.
I understand.
All right. You understand that you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yeah, I understand.
All right. Are you on probation or parole?
Yeah. I understand.
That's beyond bond.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you under the jurisdiction of any other court?
No,
All right. Have you ever been to prison for longer than a year?
okay.
Have you ever been to prison?
Yeah,
Have you been to prison
the present where?
in the United States? Have you ever been to prison? Not jail, prison.
Yeah.
Okay. Counsel approach, please. It had a bench conference with counsel. I'm going to stop the plea at this time. I'm going to adjourn this matter out. June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. And we'll take care of submission. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond will continue. Court does call the case of the people versus Sarah Orr.
Testimony for the people.
Sherilyn Foster Tucker on behalf of Sarah Orr.
Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. We're briefly, yes. Never going to get through this. In fact, we've had a bench conference in this case.
Yes, Your Honor, and there has been an offer extended to the defendant to plead to an added count of failure to report $1,000 damage accident, 90-day misdemeanor, $100 fine, and 0 points, contrary to MCL 257622. In exchange for that plea, count 1 will be dismissed.
That is correct, Your Honor. And Ms. Orr does wish to accept that offer today. And I have handed the court an advice of rights form.
May I have her sworn, please?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name.
Sarah Orr.
No. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of failure to report an accident. It's damage over $1,000. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days and a $500 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes,
All right. Understanding that, you still wish to plead guilty?
yes,
And to that charge, how do you plead?
guilty.
And you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You
Sorry.
signed an advice of rights form. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Any question regarding any of those rights?
No.
Please look at paragraph 5. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
I do, Your
You
Honor.
understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily?
Yes.
Of your own free will?
Yes,
Because you believe that you are indeed guilty of this offense?
yes, Your Honor.
On May 22nd, 2024, at the location of Moon Road near Michigan Avenue, Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, were you operating a motor vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Were you involved in an accident?
Yes, Your Honor.
What happened?
So I was in the yield lane or the merge lane, whatever it's called. And the other guy was in the through lane and we were at the red light. And when we were driving through, I got in front of him and then he got into the turn in lane. And then he says he was going to turn, but I don't think he was because of the way the damage is, he hit the front of my car and the front of his car. So he was trying to get back in front of me.
You're
But then
heading,
we collect-
you're heading north.
Correct.
You were heading toward Ann Arbor.
No, away.
You were heading away from
to
Ann Arbor.
South.
So you were coming past the Walmart,
Yes,
heading out.
right. Where State Street turns into Moon Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so you had this collision. Did you immediately stop your vehicle?
I did not. I was a little scared, so I did not.
Okay, you didn't stop. Did you immediately report that to the nearest and most convenient police
I did
station?
not.
You did not. Would you dispute that the aggregate amount of damage that can include repair cost was in excess of $1,000
For mine or for his?
total?
So you obviously don't know how much his vehicle.
Right, correct.
But would you dispute that if he says it was more than 1,000, would you dispute that?
I didn't see the damage, so I don't know.
We can stipulate that it
It'll
was over
stipulate that
1,000.
the damage, total amount of damage to both vehicles was in excess of 1,000, including repair cost. You'll stipulate to
Yes.
that, counsel. All right. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied.
Defense is satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Defendant is referred to probation for pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be
June 25th. At 9 a.m.
June 25th, 2025, 9 a.m.
And Your Honor, I do not expect a restitution. I do believe the insurance covered everything.
Covered everything. Okay, fantastic. All right. Thank you. All right, bond will continue. You'll stop down at probation on the way out. Just to
Okay.
check out. All right.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court does call the case People versus Michael Clustrai.
Ashalani for the people.
Morning, Anna Uberdas with and on behalf of Mr. Clustrai standing to my right. Mike, please state your name for the judge.
Michael Clustrai. All right.
We have an adjourned plea trial, had discussions with Ms. Landy. May counsel approach, please.
Yes, briefly,
Thank you.
folks.
Today's the day.
I got a whole
I
lot
know.
of cases.
could. I don't know how long Ms. Landy thinks it might need to be.
I will accommodate the defense counsel schedule.
I'll do the 18th, 2025 at 9 a.m. If you think what you're working on is going to take longer, then let the court know and we'll figure that out.
Thank you.
Very
All
good.
right, thank you. Court does call the case, people versus Gabriel Boyd.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Good morning, Judge. Rita Sparge on behalf of Ms. Gabrielle Boyd. Judge, I had a very lengthy conversation with my client last night. I am quite shocked she's not here this morning and very surprised. I'm hoping that she's okay. So I'm just asking if you could just pass it for a moment. I've been trying to get in touch with her, but this is quite shocking. She's in here every single time, so I hope.
So it was a good conversation?
Yes, very good
Okay, all
conversation.
right, I don't know, maybe you were yelling at her.
No, it was not anything bad. That's
No,
why I'm a little
okay.
bit, I'm a little bit worried about it. If you could just pass it.
I'll pass.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Court does call the case, people versus Rebecca Dilworth.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
On behalf of Ms. Dilworth, not sure if she's logged into Zoom yet, Judge.
And Your Honor, I have prepared a nollie in this case if she's not, and the court's received it yet.
I don't have Miss Dilworth.
With the case, Judge, we are asking that the court excuse her presence. We are expecting a dismissal from the people anyway.
You're moving to dismiss.
That's fine, yeah. It works on its way. It should be here anytime now.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Case is dismissed. Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus Natasha Olmos.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Kyle Burdell on behalf of Natasha Olmos, who's approaching the podium. And Ms. Olmos, please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning, Natasha Almost.
Thank you. What are we doing?
So, Your Honor, we are currently in plea negotiations. I believe we can come to a resolution soon. We are asking for an adjournment in this matter. I believe the court was giving June 4th or the 18th.
Yes.
I'd ask for the 18th. I'm not available on the 4th.
People picking their dates again. June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
And if we maybe heard us to bond.
Yes.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
So, Your Honor, Miss Olmos has been on a sober scram tether since the inception of this case. She's had no issues. There's been no positive tests, nothing with the tether. We are asking that.
Operating with an occupant less than 16.
Yes, Judge.
She'll remain on the tether if that's what you're going to ask.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus Arello Beavers.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate on behalf of Mr. Beavers, who should be present via Zoom. Sir, can you please unmute and state your name for the court?
I don't have him there either.
Your Honor, I did speak to him.
Arello Beavers? We have no response.
Your Honor, I did speak to him and did anticipate that he would be here today. I don't have an explanation for his failure to appear. For the record, I'd request an adjournment.
Beavers? No, not here. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond is set in the amount of $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege. That warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the cases of the people versus Byron Blair.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate on behalf of Mr. Blair, Your Honor, who I do not believe is present.
I have a Cedric Blair.
Oh, Cedric Blair.
Hello, who are you? That's Cedric Blair. That's not Byron.
I believe so, Your Honor, based on his voice. So as to Mr. Byron Blair, Your Honor, he does not have a working phone number. He is usually a resident of the Delana Center. I did send him an email and I did not hear back. To that end, I do not have an explanation for his failure to appear, and for the record, would request an adjournment.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond is set in the amount of $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege on it. Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus Cedric Blair.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Cedric Blair, who should be present via Zoom. Sir, can you please unmute and state your name for the court?
Cedric Blair.
All right, what are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. There is a resolution in this matter to which my client will be pleading no contest to the added count of retail fraud in the third degree, and in exchange, count 1 will be dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor. That is contrary to MCL 7503560 as in dog 4, 93 year $500 fine or trouble amount.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You'll need to unmute now, Mr. Blair.
I was trying to.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name again for the record.
Cedric Blair.
All right, you can put your hand down. Mr. Blair, it is this court's understanding that you're going to be pleading guilty to the charge of retail fraud in the third degree. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court cost. Fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $500, that becomes the maximum fine. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And understanding all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
If I may, Your Honor.
Or plead no contest, I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's what I was just about to say. Excuse me, Your Honor.
All right. Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes.
All right. 2 things about it I have to make sure that you understand. First thing is that it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes.
Second thing you need to understand about it is it means that the court is going to treat you the same as though you had pled guilty for the purposes of sentencing. You understand that?
Yes.
Basis of no contest plea.
Potential civil liability, Your Honor.
So, sir, to that charge, how do you plead?
No contest.
Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
All right. You signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
That's correct.
Any questions regarding any of those rights?
No, Your Honor.
You understand that you'll be giving up your trial rights, which are described in paragraph 5, as well as all of the rights that are contained on that form.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole? That was a question, sir. Are you on probation or parole? Did he freeze?
Yes, he did. He's there though.
There we go.
He's
There we
back.
go.
Okay. Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today to get you to plead?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The court has been handed and has reviewed Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case number 24-16486. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court?
Before satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Defendants referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be
June 25th at 9 a.m.
June 25th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. I don't have probation. I do. All right. Bond will continue. Sir, wait on the line. We're going to put you into a breakout room with my probation department so we can start the sentencing process.
Excuse me. Hello?
Yes.
You said I'm just automatically on probation? I'm just curious.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. That's why I was asking, Your Honor. No disrespect.
All right, but my probation department will interview you and will make a determination. So you need to wait on the line. You'll go into a breakout room with my probation department so we can start the process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blair.
Court calls the
Thank
case,
you.
People versus Candace Brooks. You got to come closer to the microphone. This is your first time doing this, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead. Take your best shot.
Your Honor, Christina Barrick-Darian requesting permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under supervision of Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Ashley Lonnie.
I won't embarrass you by going through the series of questions. I did that the other day. I know where you're from, where you are, right? You're at Wayne State, right?
Yes.
Okay, good school. You like Wayne State? No, you do? Okay, we'll let her practice. Permission to practice is granted.
Your Honor, Christina Barrick-Darian for the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Ms. Brooks. Can you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
Candace Brooks.
Okay.
We are requesting an adjournment. Just want a little bit more time to talk to the people about a potential offer.
Hearing no objection, I'll adjourn this matter June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. Thank you. Court calls the case of the people versus Jason Brooks.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Brooks. Oh, thanks. Please state your name.
Jason Brooks.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I am requesting an adjournment. I was unable to speak with Mr. Brooks prior to today. I'll get updated contact information, just make sure we have the right number for him before he leaves the building.
All right, June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Court calls the case of the people versus Zachary Burlet.
That's the one of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Burlet, who should be present via Zoom. Sir, can you please unmute and state your name for the court?
Zachary Burlet.
There he is. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have discussed this matter with the people, and it was my understanding that this was going to be a dismissal. Oh, sorry.
What did you say?
Just getting my notes pulled up. Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
One moment, drop my screen. That's correct, Your Honor. We are going to be dismissing this case.
So certainly no objection to that.
Case is dismissed. All right. Thank you, Mr. Burlet. Take care.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Burlet.
Court does call the case of the people versus Justin Goldowski.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate on behalf of Mr. Goldowski, who I do not believe is present, Your Honor.
He's in.
Oh, he's in Zoom. Perfect. So my message got to him.
State your name, sir.
Justin Goldowski.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're probably going to need an adjournment.
I am respectfully requesting an adjournment. I was able to speak to, I believe it was his roommate yesterday, so I'm glad the message got passed along. That is excellent news. But I do need to talk to Mr. Goldowski himself regarding his case, so I'd ask for an
June
adjournment.
4th, 2025, 9 a.m. All right. Thank you, sir.
I got a phone number for you. For my attorney, if you don't mind.
What'd you say?
I have a new phone number for my attorney, if you don't mind.
I don't want you broadcasting it that way.
Okay.
So you can call the clerk's office and give it, or let me give you the public defender's office number.
Okay.
It's area code 734.
Yep.
222-6970. Call them, give them your updated phone number, as well as making sure that your email that they have is correct, and then you'll be all set.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case of the people versus Isa Awaja.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Isa Awaja.
Your Honor, this should be Ms. Deborah Ford. I don't.
I'm here. I'm here.
Who are? Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, there's Miss Ford's here.
Yes, Deborah Geraldine Bledsoe Ford on behalf of Isa Awad.
All right. And Mr. Awad?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I need you to turn on your camera, state your name.
Isa Awad, and my camera's not working. Give me 1 second. I fix it.
Okay, well. All right, and Miss Ford, you can verify that that's your client?
Yes, that's my client.
All right, what are we doing?
I'd ask that the matter be continued to June 18th. I would at 9 appear in person. My client has stated all along that he wants a jury trial, and I'd like to talk to the other side and see if we can negotiate anything. If not, then go further.
Can't do that by the 4th?
I feel it would be a strain.
June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you very much.
That's gonna have to be in person because he doesn't have a camera.
I'll be in
So that
person.
hearing's in person.
We will be in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Your Honor. Oh, no, let's get this done. Court calls. Cases of the people of the state of Michigan versus Jason David Allen. All 9 of his files.
Ashley Lundy for the people in all matters.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Allen, who should be present via Zoom from Don Parham. Sir, can you please unmute and state your name for the court?
Jason Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is a resolution of all 9 of these matters today, Your Honor. I don't know if Ms. Lundy would prefer to put the resolution on the record, or I could do so.
I am happy to do that. Your Honor, start 22410696. The defendant will plead no contest to this charge to retail fraud in the 2nd degree.
Hang on, which case?
696.
696, he's pleading no contest
As charged.
as charged. All right. Got it.
698.
Yes. He's doing what?
No contest to an added count for retail fraud in the 3rd. Just count 1, count retail fraud 2nd.
That's no contest to that charge also.
Yes, sir.
They're all no contest
Yes.
from the reports I read. Okay, I hope they are. All right. Go ahead.
697.
Yes.
He'll be pleading no contest to an added count to a retail fraud in the 3rd degree, dismissing count 1 retail fraud in the 2nd degree.
All right. Okay,
328.
yes.
He'll plead no contest is charged to retail fraud in the 3rd degree.
Okay. Okay,
And lastly, 278.
yes.
He'll plead no contest to an added count to a retail fraud in the 3rd degree, dismissing count 1 retail fraud in the 2nd degree.
Okay,
Case 699. And don't please, dismissal cases now, 699.
719, 2419, and then 218 would be dismissed.
That's correct. Restitution for all cases and all counts.
So basically, he's pleading to 5 counts of retail fraud 3rd degree.
1 retail fraud 2nd, 4 retail fraud 3rds.
Okay, hang on a second. Got it. Okay, 696, he's pleading to retail fraud in the 2nd degree.
Exactly right, Your Honor.
Why, I don't know, but is that correct? Is that a correct statement?
Yes, it is, Your Honor, and that is what I discussed with my client, and that is what he would like to do today.
All right, Mr. Allen, raise your
Yes,
right
sir.
hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Jason Allen.
All right. Mr. Allen, it is this court's understanding that you are going to be pleading no contest to 1 count of retail fraud in the 2nd degree. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $2,000 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $2,000, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that also you'll be pleading no contest to 4 charges of retail fraud in the 3rd degree. Those are misdemeanors punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $500, that would be the maximum fine. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 2 things about a no contest plea is that I have to make sure that you understand is that first of all, it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest any of these charges. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
The second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court's going to treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis for the no contest plea in these cases?
Potential civil liability, Your Honor.
All right. So, sir, to the charge of retail fraud 2nd degree, how do you plead?
No contest, Your Honor.
To the charge of retail fraud 3rd degree as contained in the case ending in 698 with an offense date of March 12, 2024, how do you plead?
No contest, Your Honor.
To that same charge of retail fraud in the 3rd degree contained in the case ending in 697 with an offense date of March 17, 2024, how do you plead?
No contest, Your Honor.
To the charge of retail fraud 3rd degree as contained in the case ending in 328 with an offense date of 8/29 of 2023, how do you plead?
No contest, Your Honor.
To retail fraud 3rd degree as contained in the case ending in 278 with an offense date of November 27, 2023, how do you plead?
No contest, Your Honor.
All right, now you understand that by pleading no contest, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You signed an advice of rights form, is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question regarding any of those rights?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Looking at paragraph 5, those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading no contest, you're giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
I am a participant of Judge Kunke's drug court.
All right, so you're on probation. Well, were you on probation at the time of any of these offenses?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes, Your Honor.
and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The court has been provided and has reviewed Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report in the case ending in 696, the report number 23-14001. In the case ending in 698, the public safety report and case number 244086. In the case ending in 697, court has reviewed the police report 244362. In the case ending in 328, court has reviewed the police report and case number 23-12936. And in the case ending in 278, court has reviewed police report ending in 2318100. Since I've read all those, counsel, is there any objection to the court having reviewed those reports?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, the court in each of those reports does find a sufficient factual basis in which the court could find the defendant guilty of the offenses as alleged for sufficient evidence of defendant's guilt in those cases. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's pleas?
People are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's pleas in all of these cases to count 2 or to retail fraud second in case 696, and in the other matters to retail fraud third. The other cases, as indicated on the record, are no longer with me. Those matters are dismissed. All
Thank you,
right.
Your Honor.
Defendant is referred to probation for pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in these matters will be June 25th, 2025, 9 a.m. Defendant's bond in all of these cases will continue. Mr. Allen, I need you to wait online. We're going to put you into a breakout room with my probation department so that we can begin the sentencing process. Okay, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thanks, Natalie.
What's on that? Court does call the case of the People versus Lisa Keebler.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
It's only 9 or 10. Oh. Yes, I see that.
Good morning, Judge. John Shea with and on behalf of Ms. Keebler.
Your name?
Lisa Keebler.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Some reason I was on the
Hold on.
So I'm just getting the money to pay the
You said a
ticket.
lot there. Hold on a second.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So you got to pay the insurance case.
Zoom ID again. She got.
We'll get you if there's anything I can do from that block and then before I take a break
Yes.
and try to get some of these folks out. So we don't fall.
And I can start calling and call these if you want.
Let's just roll while we can. Court calls the case of the People versus Nadia Cosley. Good morning, sir.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Yoo-hoo. Cosley.
Independent and law. Oh, that's me. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No, it's okay. You guys were in some, I don't know what kind of conversation you were in. You were in some conversation. I was willing to wait. The only reason I said anything is because of Alan. No.
Well, thank you, Ellen. I appreciate the heads up. Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Ms. Cosley, who should be on Zoom.
She is.
So we're here for one, well, I'd ask her to state her name first, please. Ms. Cosley, can you unmute and state your name for the record?
Nadia Cosley.
All right.
So we're here for trial, and then
There's another case.
correct. We've waived formal reading and standing to those charges, Your Honor.
All right. On our other matter, that being the case ending in 513, defendant waives formal reading stands mute. All right.
And then as for pre-trials, I'd ask for an adjournment of both cases. She's working on getting her license back.
Okay, where is she in that process?
Ms. Cosley, do you know what you need to do to get your license back?
Yes, I just have to pay my insurance ticket. I got it suspended because I didn't pay the ticket. I'm just working with my manager to get my money. I've just been working. I'm in college and I'm paying rent.
Okay, hold on.
So I'm just getting the money to pay the
You said a
ticket.
lot there. Hold on a second.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So you got to pay the insurance case because you're suspended because of that, right?
Yes, because I got into an accident with no insurance and I never paid the ticket.
Got it. And that's the ticket we just arraigned her on? Or is it another?
There's another no insurance, I believe. But I have insurance now. I have car insurance now.
Still infraction, no proof of insurance. Still infraction, no proof of insurance.
Yeah, she didn't pay that ticket, so then Secretary of State suspended.
Suspended her license and now we have this new one.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So how much time is she going to need to straighten this whole mess out she's created?
I will say for the record, she does now have insurance on the vehicle.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
Right. So she's making progress. She just has to get the money to pay that ticket off.
To pay that ticket off. Can she do it by the 18th of June? Subway pays well. She'll get it.
My birthday
June
is also this week, so I'll get birthday money.
What'd you say?
My birthday's next week, so I'll get birthday money.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued. All right, thank you. Well, I'll have to set a personal recognizance bond in her other matter. I'll just give a personal recognizance $5,000 bond. All right, thank you. Court, let's call the case of the people versus Sean Charley.
Kind of so on behalf of Dismissal Township.
Which one's in the ring?
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Charley. Mr. Charley, please state your name for the record.
Before we go on to the other case, Mr. Charley, you have a new matter before me. That case alleges that on or about March 24th, 2024, at the location Carpenter Road in Pittsfield Township, that you did possess drug paraphernalia. You understand the nature of that charge, sir?
I do.
And that's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days, $500 fine plus court costs. You understand that, sir?
I do.
All right. Do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
I do.
All right. This is a public defender case.
Your Honor, pertaining to the arraignment, we'll waive formal reading and stand mute to the charges.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea.
As for all the pre-trials, we're asking to adjourn all of them. Mr. Charley is up in court, and we're kind of just seeing what happens on those. His next dates on those are June 5th.
Right.
Well, he has some May 29th. The latest date is June 5th. So I'm asking,
June 18th date?
yeah, I'm asking
What a date after those?
after June 5th, right?
All right. So, well, on his new case, I'll order standard conditions, no assault behavior, no possession of weapons, no alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. I'll adjourn all of these matters then to June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond and the other matters will continue.
Thank you.
I did not, 5,000. 10%. She's, okay, hang on, let me do this one real quick. Court calls the case People versus Billy Cob Gully.
Pass it on to people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Cob Gully, who should be present via Zoom. Sir, can you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Billy Cob Gully.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to the case itself, there is a resolution to which my client will be pleading no contest to the added count 2 of OWI, and in exchange, count 1 will be dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor. That added count 2 of operating while intoxicated first offense, 93-day misdemeanor, $100 to $500 fine, 6 points, and various license sanctions is contrary to MCL 2576251A. I believe it will be a no contest.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, state your name for the record, please.
Billy Cob Gully.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to be pleading no contest to the charge of operating while intoxicated. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. The court could order any rehabilitative services or community service the court deems necessary. The court could also order your vehicle immobilized, could order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, sir.
2 things about a no contest plea I have to make sure that you understand. The first thing is that it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Basis for the no contest plea.
Potential civil liability, Your Honor.
Sir, to the charge of operating while intoxicated, how do you plead?
No contest.
Now you understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
You signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
That is correct.
Any question regarding any of those rights?
No, sir.
Looking at paragraph 5, those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand by pleading no contest, you're giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no contest?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
All right, the court has been handed in, or has been provided and has reviewed Michigan Department of State Police report for their case number 9303-24. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
On a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
You are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Defendant is referred to Von Schwartz for an alcohol screening and assessment and the victim's impact panel. Sentencing in this matter will be June 25th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond with its conditions will continue. Mr. Gully, wait. I need you to wait on the line. We're going to put you into a breakout room with my probation department so we can start the sentencing process. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case People versus Stephen Grisbick.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Penny on behalf of Mr. Grisbeck. Mr. Grisbeck, please state your name for the record.
Stephen Grisbeck.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, we're asking for an adjournment of this pretrial of the possession of drug paraphernalia case.
Okay.
He's currently serving a sentence on his domestic violence case. I've been in communication with, and just, I guess, for the court's knowledge and Mr. Gritzbeck's knowledge, I have been in touch with Ms. Pilara. He's at risk of losing his Section 8 housing. I know Mr. Bernstein handled that DV case. I know the
Right.
court's aware of that. So she may, if he continues with the domestic violence classes, may move up his review hearing to June. May recommend that the
We were
court.
we were trying to move his case closer so his certificate or in the house wasn't in jeopardy.
I have 9 days before the 93 days is up.
I have him in custody for 55.
Your sentence is up in 9 days?
The voucher.
Oh, the voucher. You have 9 days left on that.
Are you saying that because of the amount of time you've been in custody?
So how much longer do you have on the DV classes? You were doing the ones in jail.
Yep, I already did 5 classes.
How many are there?
There's 12-week class. I've already done 5 of them.
You're about halfway through.
Correct.
All right. So I know we were trying to get him to a certain point so they didn't lose that, but so I'll adjourn this pretrial to June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. I don't want to go, if we have to do another adjournment, we'll do it, but you've been in contact with Ms. Blair.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I don't know where you guys are in your discussions, but then have Ms. Blair get in touch with me so we can see if we can maintain his housing security.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate it. And if I may ask, is his bond on this case personal bond? If we do resolve the DV case issue?
I do, yes.
Okay.
I think the last time we were talking about his housing, I set a PR in this case.
Okay.
So that everything will be clear.
So if I get released, would I be on a GPS tether, correct, on the DV?
I'm not sure under what terms we would do the release.
Okay.
Or that we're going to do it even. I know that we were trying to make everything work out for you on that. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh. Court recalls for the second time, case People versus Gabrielle Boyd.
Morning, Judge Ada Spahich on behalf of Ms. Gabrielle Boyd, who's present via Zoom. Judge, again, thank you so much for passing this matter.
Ms. Boyd, can you state your name, please?
Yes, Your Honor, Gabrielle Elise Boyd.
Your counsel told me to issue a bench warrant. She told me, she said, go out and find her. I had faith that you'd show up. I'm just letting you know.
I'm so sorry, Your Honor. I would never leave you guys. I would never do that. I would never stand off like that.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I
It's
appreciate
okay.
it.
No.
Fire me and then we'll figure it out.
No. The reality is your client, your counsel stood up for you and had me pass it and everything and had me not issue the bench warrant.
I appreciate that so much.
All right.
Thank you so much, Judge. Last time we were here, we adjourned the pretrial because I needed some time for discovery. I have received all discovery. I have reviewed it. I am speaking with the sister counsel with respect to just if there's a way that we can resolve this case. There might be some potential legal issues in the case. I just needed some more time to discuss it with Ms. Landy because we might be able to resolve it short of me filing a motion. So that was just going to be a quick adjournment, and I wanted to address the bond as well, Judge.
All right. So will the 4th be enough time for you? Or
So, Judge, this is another thing. If I could, I know. I'm sorry, Judge.
man.
I know.
No, go ahead. Taking
I
all
am
day with this case anyway.
I know. I might as well, I am going to be going out of town to visit my family back home in Bosnia. So I work when I'm there as a sole petitioner. I can't really take a lot of time off. So I work while I'm there. So I'm going to be appearing via Zoom. If you could give me the June 18th date, just because I'm traveling on that 3rd and 4th, it takes a long time to get there. If you could give me the 18th date, I can appear via Zoom. If this is okay with you, Your Honor, and obviously allow my client to appear via Zoom. I will be working. I will be in communications with Ms. Landy.
That's fine.
Um,
We'll do that for you.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
All right. June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge. And
As your invite indicates, yes, that's the bond.
just with the bond, yes. Judge, you previously granted my client a request to travel with her family on a cruise starting tonight, until May 31st.
I did that?
Yes, Judge, that was granted. However, I did not take into consideration the travel time back from Europe. So she's actually coming back June 1st. So I was going to ask for just that one additional day. I didn't want her to just assume that she can come back on June 1st without asking you directly, Judge.
I'm trying to see, did I sign an order? I did. Okay. And so you travel. So your travel date is the 1st of June.
So we fly back the 31st from Barcelona, but apparently time-wise, since they're 6 hours ahead, it will be the next day. So that's what my mom told me, at least, is that we will be arriving early on the 1st, but we will be departing for travel on the 31st.
You know what? You've got till June 2nd to get back. I'm not gonna do international datelines or anything. I'm done with
It's a
that.
6 hour
So
difference,
you
Judge,
have
yeah.
till June 2nd.
Okay, I'll for sure be back by June 2nd, for sure.
Perfect, Judge. And then one more request, and I will leave you alone,
wow.
Judge. I
Really?
swear, I know you're gonna make
Really?
fun of me. At least I don't come
It's
here that
my
often.
fault.
No, you don't.
You know,
but
so
when you're here, there's a lot of requests. Go ahead.
yes, Judge. So my client has twin sisters who are, who have their last performance as the lead of their Broadway musical in New York. So the whole family is going to that show from June.
So they're
6th
going to
through
Barcelona and New York.
No,
in June.
So
That's in June.
Yes.
So that's from June 6th to the 9th, and I'm respectfully requesting that you allow my client to travel to New York with her family from the 6th to the 9th to attend the show, the musical, that her twin sisters are participating in.
So hold it. She's going to Barcelona. She comes back. I've given her to June 2nd.
Correct.
She's then gonna like basically catch her breath and then she's off to New York.
And then,
Yes, which is gonna be very tough because I travel to Europe quite a lot and it's exhausting.
My twin sister has been the lead of a Broadway musical for the last year and a half. Her last.
So hold on. It's not your, so it's your twin?
It's my twin sister. She's my twin.
Oh,
yeah.
no, there's like 2 of them.
Yes.
Well, there's like 5.
Oh,
There's 5 daughters.
I know, but there's 5 daughters?
I believe
Yes.
so, right, Miss Boyd? Okay.
Yes, there's 5 of us total, and she is extremely hardworking, a U of M musical theater graduate. It's really important to her that I be at her last show, she's expressed to me. And
She wants her twin there?
She has stated that to me very clearly, that she wants me.
So I'm supposed to do this for her?
For me, Your Honor, because I would really love to be there to support her. I would be traveling via train with my grandfather to take him because it would be his last opportunity to see her. So it's
Okay,
yeah.
you sold me. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank you, Ms.
What
Boyd.
dates? What dates are there?
June 6th to June 9th. We will be back the 9th.
Counsel, if you can prepare an order.
I will, Judge.
Fine, just that includes both of your clients.
I will make sure I prepare a new order.
All right.
It'll include both, and I'll make sure I file that today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you so
Take
much for your
care.
patience. Thank you, Ms. Boyd.
Godspeed to all of you on your journeys.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. I will. Court calls the case People versus James Gant. Do I what? I don't know. I'm gonna, at some point I've got a break. It's been going a while here, but.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Jantz, who stands to my right, please state your name for the record, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is a resolution in this matter to which Mr. Jantz will be accepting the offer extended by Mr. Stiller, pleading guilty to the charge of MCL 257326, and in exchange, count 1 will be dismissed.
So, Your Honor, I move that counsel allowing this person to drive MCL 257. You accept that guilty plea. I move to dismiss the original charge.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yeah. State your name.
James Jackson. Sir, this is court's understanding you're gonna plead guilty to the charge of allowing an ineligible driver to operate a motor vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 90 days jail, $100 fine plus court costs. You understand that? Yes. Still wish to plead guilty? To that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You signed an advice of rights form today, is that correct?
Yes.
Any question regarding any of those rights?
No.
Look at paragraph 5, you'll see a copy up there. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form. Bless you. You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of.
Yeah.
Are you on probation or parole? Has anybody promised you anything in order to get you to plead? Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because you believe that you are indeed guilty of this offense?
Yeah.
On the date. Oh, no, she's coming back. On the date of January 21st, 2018. Is it 18 or 19?
31.
2019. Location of Carpenter Road near Washington Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan. Did you have custody or control of a motor vehicle?
Yes.
Did you allow someone who is otherwise ineligible, maybe inclusive of yourself, to operate that motor vehicle?
Yes.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Anything you want to say before I impose sentence in this case?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I would ask the court to consider sentencing my client to the state minimum fees and time served. It's my understanding he served about 31 days in custody. He's being held on another matter on a $10,000 bond. I would ask, given that, the court would consider the state minimum and time served for sentence.
Is there anything you want to say?
No.
$125 statutory fees, 31 days in jail, credit 31 served.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case People versus Ashton Keebler.
People.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Ebler, who appears via Zoom. Sir, can you please state your name for the court?
Ashton Ebler.
All right, what are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we are very close to a resolution. I'm respectfully requesting a very brief adjournment. I did provide some documentation to the people, and I believe they just need to check with the officer in charge.
June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Court calls the case People versus Carl Tinsley.
People.
Is that what Johnson was here on?
Yes.
Is that, you gotta watch, Alan, did you see him sitting over there in the corner? He was hiding. He comes in here and hides. Go ahead.
Good morning, man. Please, this Honorable Court, Kareem Johnson, on behalf of Carl Tinsley, who's approaching from custody.
They're bringing. Your name, sir?
Carl Tinsley.
Thank you. Yeah, just step over. Yeah, there you go. All right. Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we ask this matter be set for jury trial.
All right. Jury final settlement conference, June 6, 2025, 9 a.m. Jury selection if necessary, June 9th, 2025 at 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I'd like to speak.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, counsel first.
I have jury selection Lawrence Buckner in the Ypsilanti District Court on June 9th.
Jury selection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Before Judge Barr?
Yes, Your Honor.
It'll be here.
Okay.
We all select on the same day.
All right.
So.
Your Honor, if I may, so Mr. Johnson and I are at a fundamental difference in defense strategy. There's no point in us moving forward together on this case. Mr. Johnson is representing me in circuit court. I've submitted a motion to have Mr. Johnson remove his counsel in that case.
Why?
Excuse me?
Why?
Why? Because Mr. Johnson is totally uninterested in this case, in that case, in this case
Mr. Chancellor, you've been before me before, and I'm just gonna tell you this.
Okay.
I haven't known Mr. Johnson necessarily all that long.
Okay.
But I'm gonna tell you for maybe about the past year plus that he's been appearing before this court. There has not been a client that he has walked into this court where he has not been interested in their case and zealously representing his defendant. So I don't believe you. You coming before telling me that about this attorney? I don't believe it for 1 minute, not 1 minute. I think, because you've been before, is that you're probably not listening to him. He is advising you. I can guarantee he's protecting every right you have.
And you'd be absolutely
to the
wrong.
fullest.
I have not seen, this gentleman has told me he's gonna show up to see me countless times at the county jail. He has not. I've been waiting over 2 years for discovery in another case at all. This gentleman doesn't answer his phone. You're making these assertions without having personal experience.
I'm done.
I'm
done.
If you want to file a tool for defense.
If you want to file, Mr. Tinsley, you're done. You're done. You are done.
Yeah, I think I need to respond to the 2-year comment. Mr. Tinsley does have a matter that's been pending for 2 years. I'm the 4th attorney on that matter. I have only been representing him since April. When I go to speak to him, he doesn't want to talk about what I want to talk about, Jan. So I just want to clear that up for the record.
And Mr. Johnson, I meant my words sincerely. I've dealt with Mr. Tinsley before. It's the game we play. So I'm done.
All right.
You're still on this case, regrettably, but you're still on it. All right. Take care, sir. Court calls the case, People versus Otis Elliott.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Mr. Elliott. Mr. Elliott, please state your name for the record.
Otis Elliott.
Your Honor, my client and I have spoken about this case. We are asking for an adjournment. It's a little bit old. We are going to do investigation, and do some things, speak to people about.
Well, it's old because he was like bench warrant.
He wasn't bench
He
warrant
was like
for very
2
long.
years. That's why it's old.
Yeah, but he's back here now, so
Well, kinda. All right.
hopefully we'll get things back.
So you
on
want
track.
another adjournment to what day? What, you want the 18th or
I'll
the
take
4th?
18 if that's okay. Your Honor. Thank you.
You're gonna come back, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m. All right. Take care. We'll see you then.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus North Hasham.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Sham, who stands to my right. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Okay, Sam.
How you doing?
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do want to apologize to my client. I did just find out this morning that he was in custody, so I was.
Me too.
So, which explains why he didn't respond to me. He does.
I was following the case and I expected maybe, okay. Okay.
So, he's not being held on this case, Your Honor. I'd request a brief adjournment to probably get that documentation regarding his vehicle to resolve this.
But June 4th, you think? June 4th work then?
Yes, definitely, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll adjourn the matter June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. Yeah, for sure. So did you have a PR on this?
Let me check. I believe so. She did say.
Yeah, I think I've got a PR on this case. I was gonna leave that if you want me to leave it, or do you want?
That would work if it was held as a PR, Your Honor.
Or do you have? I just want to make sure he does.
This
So that
actually has a $1,000 cash certificate.
I did. But that was
That's back in January. I don't have anything else.
That was January, and then I set it at 10%, but then I said to be a PR on January 15th. And apparently nobody changed it. So I'll just do it this way. I'll set it at a PR $1,000 bond on this case.
Thank you, Your
That
Honor.
way it just,
Yes.
okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Court does call the cases of the people versus Sarah Gray.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Ms. Gray. Your Honor, I have not had contact with Ms. Gray. I did provide her with. I'm not sure if she's present.
Are all three on?
The bottom one is the felony. We don't have.
She's not on Zoom.
I have no explanation for her. For the record, I requested.
Bench warrants will issue for the defendant's failure to appear in these matters. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege on each case, and each case will issue immediately.
What was the bond that was on the
5,010.
on the felony as well?
The felony, actually, I don't think felony already has a warrant.
That's okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the cases of the people versus Christopher Minor.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Minor. State your name, Mr. Minor, please.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, we have made a little bit of progress. We were waiting to see what happens with the felonies. He has pled on those felonies to all misdemeanor cases, or all misdemeanor charges. His sentencing is scheduled for June 5th, I believe.
On the misdemeanor cases? On the
Sorry.
felony cases that are now misdemeanors.
The sentencing is scheduled for June 9th. So we're just asking for a date after that to see what he's sentenced to, and hopefully, if, depending on what it is, get some parity with these.
Got it. So June 9th is when his sentencing is on those other ones, right?
Right.
All right. So I'll adjourn these out then to June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Court calls the cases of the people versus Larry. Is it Wikima? Yeah.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Wakima.
You don't have him in Zoom?
Okay, well, I did speak with him, Your Honor. He does have a valid license now. I'm not sure why he's not here. I did provide him with the necessary information. I would request an adjournment on all three cases.
He has a valid. Yeah, he does. So there would be some type of deal on these, correct?
Yes, that's what I'm hoping for.
All right, I'll adjourn it out one time. I'll grant you the adjournment. June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. on all matters. Figure out what we're. Court does call the case of the people versus Daniel Sims.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Sims, who is approaching. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Mr. Sims, Daniel Sims, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have discussed this.
I'm not all the way awake, I'm sorry.
You don't know your name? All right, no, go ahead. You're all right.
At least you said Mr. Sims. I mean, it's still correct.
I just repeated her, I'm sorry.
So, Your Honor, I have discussed this matter with my client as well as the people. We are wishing to set this case for final settlement conference at this time.
All right, jury final settlement conference for Mr. Sims will be June 6, 2025, 9 a.m. Jury selection, if necessary, June 9th, 2025 at 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person.
Thank you.
All right, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go back and get some sleep. Court calls the case of the people versus DeJohn Holmes. 3 cases.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Pardon?
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
I don't.
He was. I didn't hear your first part.
I don't have him having.
Oh, I don't know. DeJohn Holmes. I think because we've issued bench warrants, but I don't even know why these are on. Did he do a warrant report?
There might have been one.
I don't see the paperwork. All right. Let's go through the motions again. Bond in each of these cases will be set in the amount of 10,000, 10%. Those warrants will issue immediately on all these matters. Court calls the case People versus Jason Williams.
Absolutely for the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, please state your name for the record.
Jason Williams.
We're here for pretrial hearing. I also filed a bond motion on behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right.
I would rely for the most part on the written motion. However, I do want to emphasize a few things. I did speak with Mr. Williams, his therapist at his substance abuse treatment center. He did do a number of sessions before being incarcerated, his bond being remanded, including 8 group therapy sessions, 6 individual therapy sessions, and 8 AA sessions. She did indicate due to his positive test, they'd love to see him back, and that they would recommend extending his treatment for an additional 90 days. I also spoke with his employer. They gave him a 30-day leave of absence. He is welcome to go back to his job if and when he is released. And they also
Works at U-Haul.
At U-Haul, correct, in Novi. They all seem very happy with Mr. Williams' performance and do want him back. He has been in custody for 28 days as of today. So given that, I'm asking for the court to consider releasing him on a personal bond. We've spoken many times since he's been remanded. I think this is the first time he's ever done any time in jail. He's had a lot of time to think about his choices, and I think he's ready to get back on the wagon, get his life back on track, and take care of what he needs to do. He's willing to provide the court with progress reports of how his treatment is going. I think he'd be willing to wear a scram tether or any increased bond conditions the court may recommend.
Anything from the people?
Now, with a history of non-compliance while on bond, the people would request electronic monitoring of some kind, preferably a scram tether, perhaps just for the interim, to make sure that the defendant is not going to be a lot of bond with this operating while intoxicated offense.
Anything you gotta say, Mr. Williams?
No, sir.
Been an educational experience for you, hasn't it?
Yes, doing these 28 days when I was here, I did learn a lot. I did become better. I had a lot of time to think. I have grown since I've been here. Like, at the end of the day, you have to be responsible. You have to obey the law. You have to do what you need to do and be able to just act the life and do what you have to do when it's all said and done.
Sorry you took this for it to come to that, but however, we have to learn it, right? I'm gonna set his bond at a $25,000 personal recognizance bond with his previous conditions reinstated. Scram tether prior to release from.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And then how much time did you want me to adjourn this out?
I think June 4th should be sufficient. I just need to have another conversation with Ms. Lundy.
Adjourn it to June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the cases of the people versus Jermaine Nathan. 3 cases.
On behalf of this township.
And Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Nathan, who is present via Zoom. Sir, can you please state your name for the court?
Jermaine Nates.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have discussed this matter with my client, all three of his cases. There was an offer extended in the township case. Ultimately, we're asking for a 4 to 6 week adjournment in all three cases to see if Mr. Nathan can become validly licensed.
Okay. So he's trying to get his license back.
He is. He just needs to check on some things. But yes, Your Honor.
I'll adjourn July 2nd, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Nathan. You're all set.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry. Court calls the case People versus Rick Artuso.
That's Lonnie for the people.
Probably, yeah. Artuso. You don't. Got it. Go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Artuso in two of the matters, but not on the case ending in 217. I believe that is Mr. Burgess' case, Your Honor.
It is. And do we know, anybody know whether Mr. Burgess is gonna?
I have not had communication with him, Your Honor. No, I cannot speak to that.
Got nothing from him this morning. Okay, well, what were you gonna do on your case?
So we were going to ask for a very brief adjournment so I can confirm the status of my client's license and provide that to the people. I have discussed this matter briefly with them regarding both of the cases I am on. So I'd request a very brief adjournment. He is being held on a felony matter with his next court date being the 29th
Of
May.
Okay. Well, why don't I do this? There must be some mix up because Mr. Burgess is usually here. Have you
Yes.
spoken with him, sir?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
You haven't? Okay. Then there's something.
And Your Honor, Ms. Payne, I believe did alert me as well to the 2 ticket cases. It may be duplicated. So it may be duplicate files. So I need to review those as well. So the 6/4 date, if the court would so kind would be one.
Yeah, I will adjourn it to that
Thank you.
day. We'll just put it out to June 4. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Pate, if you could be so kind as to, for your client's sake, let Mr. Burgess know.
Absolutely.
Okay, okay. So, sir, I'll adjourn this out June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Court does call the case of the People versus Rashad Shafi.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Shafi. State your name for the record, please.
Yeah, he's in jail.
Yes.
Mr. Shafi?
Hello,
Hello. State your name.
Rashad Shafi.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm
He's
requesting.
not driving, is he? Stop.
Hey, do you see me?
Moving. You're a passenger. Okay.
Well, Mr. Shafi is maybe on his way to Bear River right now. He's going to Bear.
Where you're heading?
That's exactly where I'm going. I got these gentlemen that picked me up at Bear River or at my house, and we're going.
Okay, everybody's gonna wave now.
I like the view.
All right.
So as part of the plea agreement, if Mr. Shafi completes treatment, this case will be dismissed. So I'm asking, he may be there for a 30-day period or 60-day. As the court knows, there's an assessment that's done. And so I asked maybe go out 30 days, and if he's still there.
Yeah, I got you. So I'll go to July 2nd.
Okay.
2025. 9 a.m.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Not
I
a
appreciate
problem.
you letting me go to retreatment.
Not a problem, sir. I appreciate that you had the courage to do it.
Mr. Shafi and I go back 30 years, Your Honor. So,
Really?
I'm familiar with it.
All right.
So, yeah.
All right. His bond will continue. Mr. Jaffe, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Ready? People against Zachary Richard Williamson, file number 25B147804A and B.
Roman Fitzai, on behalf of Mr. Williamson.
Sir, your name, please?
Zachary Williamson.
So your client pled guilty to operating while visibly impaired. It was a guilty plea, I believe.
Yes.
And he was referred for a screening and assessment, and he also pled on file B. The charge was failure to stop a short clear distance, and that was reduced to distracted driving. So have you had a chance to review the report with him, and are there any material additions, corrections, or deletions? But before you do that, I need to inquire whether or not the victim appeared. We did send notice to the victim back on April 22nd. Is there Amada Ali Jones here? Amada Ali Jones here. All right.
Judge,
Yeah.
I have one person in the waiting room I can't identify. I just brought him in so we can double check.
Motorola, Moto G Power, what's your name, please? You have to unmute and tell me your name. What's your name, sir? You have to unmute and tell me your name. Bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I can't hear a word that you're saying.
There we go.
What's your name? What's your name?
Name's Stephen Charles Bailey.
You're gonna have to get a lot closer to the device. Your last name's Bailey?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're gonna mark your name there. Just be patient.
Okay.
Right, so it does not appear as though the victim has appeared. The case was scheduled for 8:30. I did give him 15 minutes. You can go ahead and proceed. Is everything in this report accurate? And are there any material additions, corrections, or deletions?
Your Honor, the only couple of things with respect to the report. On page 2, it says there's an X towards the top. It says will benefit from the treatment services below. The X is applied to the inpatient/residential treatment.
I'm not going to order inpatient.
Okay, and because the recommendation suggests intensive outpatient.
Right, I know. I don't know why we have that on there and they check that sometimes. I'm with you.
So it kind of conflicts with it.
I know it does.
And now we ask the court to, if it's inclined to suggest outpatient treatment be ordered, I would first request that an assessment be made to see exactly what the needs are before actually ordering the intensive outpatient.
Well, it did. We did though. She scored in category 5. That's mandatory. I mean, it's the worst, right? Category 1 through 5 on our screening. 5 tells us he has a serious problem. 1 tells us he has no problem.
I would still suggest that he be submitted to an evaluation first to see exactly what his needs are. And with respect to.
Do you have a UD-10 by chance? Did he drive into the back of a tractor?
No, it was a semi-truck.
Well, that's what I mean. It doesn't say tractor trailer. It doesn't say how the accident occurred. Boy, you got to be careful. All right, go ahead. What else?
Also, with respect to the term of probation, we would ask the court to consider a one-year term rather than 18 months. He has been attending AA consistently 2 to 3 times per week. He's currently working 2 jobs. He's been on the alcohol tether. He's not had any violations with that. Otherwise, I think this has been a real learning experience. He has both of his parents here today.
Where are they? I'm glad you came. Who's paying for all that college? You or your parents?
My parents paid for the first year and I'm on for the rest.
I mean, I'm just telling you, you got all this seemingly going for you. This is not good. And you're gonna, this is not good. That's all I'm telling you. You start to affect your future, you do things like this. That's a really high breathalyzer for a 21-year-old. So I don't want to sit here and lecture you, but I'm just going to tell you, when people come in here and they're 21 and they have that kind of a result, I mean, you're over 2 times the legal limit or thereabouts, and you just were able to start drinking legally, and you're lucky you're not dead, right? You got to be careful. I mean, we got Ubers, we got Lyfts, we got taxis, we got friends, we got family. They can come get us. I don't care how much you drink, but you can't go out and drive like that, okay then? And you're not gonna drink on probation. I want to be clear about that. We understand one another, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was a breathalyzer, right?
Yes.
So the cost of recovery will only be $150. I interrupted you, counsel. I apologize. What would you like to
That
tell
was
me?
all I had to say, Judge. I mean, I think he's trying to turn the page from this event, and like I indicated, he's got support from his family.
Well, that's important. I'm glad they came. Thank you. All right. Anything you would like to say?
I mean, I don't know, I'm just, I've learned from this mistake, and I've been getting hearing all these stories and realized that I could have gone down slippery slope, and I think I really.
Do you have your AA verification with you?
What was that?
The AA verification. I just want to make sure that since April 16th, when I increased it, we used to do once a week between March 26th and April 16th, and then I increased it to 3 times a week. So there should be at least about 13 or 14 of those on there since that date.
I believe so.
There's 12, Your Honor.
Is that including all of them?
No, that's just the.
Second page.
Oh, I didn't see this.
That's 5 on the second.
Yeah, he's got like 17 on there though.
Good enough. I'm sorry, I interrupted you now. My apology. What would you like to say?
That I would like the silver link to be decreased or removed, because it is very hard to my sleep schedule is so different, because I work nights on one of my jobs and work mornings my second job, so like the times are a little hard to get some sleep and stuff, and I understand that people want to pick them up, I get it, but and then that's also just
They're recommending weekly testing. How much are you paying for that sober link again?
it's $6.50 a day. So I paid $2.56 when I came here on the 26th, I believe.
You gotta take your hat off, sir.
And I then paid another 70 to get another 10 days to get up to the 26th of this month. So I still, if I do another month, I still owe like, I believe, close to 200.
I'm gonna give him his choice. I'll either take off the sober link, but then he's gonna test weekly for several months. Or if he keeps the sober link, I'll just order bi-weekly, which is probably gonna be a lot. I don't know, that's gonna be cheaper, but.
You would prefer to do the random weekly.
All right, good enough. Have I listened to everything else that everybody has to say? Did I let you finish?
Sorry, what was that?
I just want to make sure I've let you finish. With whatever you want to say to me.
That learned a lesson, and I believed I understand if I woke up that drunk and I thought I was good to drive, that I was drinking too much. I understand that.
How long were you sleeping?
What?
How long were you sleeping?
I was sleeping for about 6 hours.
All right, so I want to do the math with you.
Yeah, and you said last time it was like a 2.26, I believe.
Well, it's about an hour, 1.15 for every hour. So you were up 9. So that means you're somewhere around over a 2.5. Now that is way, way, way too much for anybody to be drinking, especially a 21-year-old. Got it?
And I usually, I didn't eat that night either, so that's why
I don't care if you ate, didn't eat.
I just truly thought I'd be okay. It's not like
That scares me, and it should scare you. And I mean, I'm just telling you, I'm not gonna make this worse for you, but it should scare you. Actually, it's scary.
And I had to get up and take an exam that day, so I was.
So you're out drunk? How are you doing in school?
I was doing online, but I had to go in person for this exam.
I don't care. I didn't ask you that. How are you doing in school?
Oh, I'm doing fine.
I don't know what fine means.
I got a.
Fine could mean a 3.9, it could be a 1.1. I don't know. People have different.
Currently, I have a 3.5.
You believe?
Yeah.
You don't know.
Well, I got, last semester, I got,
Listen.
2
Listen.
ACCs.
You're kind of making this worse for yourself, you know that? And I don't mind listening in. You seem like a nice kid. I'm glad your parents are here. But if you're going to take an exam the next day and you got a 2.5, 2.6, I don't want to ask you how you're doing how you did on the exam. But if you'd have spent that time studying instead of drinking, I bet you'd have aced it. Now, it's a lot of money to go there, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want you to reflect on what you're doing, and you are kind of making this worse for yourself. It's okay. I'm not going to be an ogre here with you, but I want you to stop. You got to stop. You got a problem. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news. You got a problem when you're 21 and you're drinking a 0.25, and I can tell you statistically, I don't keep numbers here. I got enough to worry about, but I'm only telling you the likelihood of you not returning to the criminal justice system on another drunk driving or something similar there too, where you're intoxicated, is extremely high. That's all I'm telling you. It's your life. I don't want you to hurt yourself. I don't want you to waste your money going to college and have somebody tell you, well, we can't hire you. You got all these convictions on your record. And I want you to think about what you're doing. I mean, how much is it a credit hour out of curiosity there now?
It's about 6,000 per semester.
And do you live there or you live at home?
I live at home.
Ah, still $12,000 plus books, right? It's a lot of money. Counsel, I'm going to place him on probation for 15 months. I heard everything he said. I asked him for his idea. He's staying on the sober link to continue until June 21. This is not intended to be punishment. It's intended to help you. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate any law or ordinance. If you change your address, your place of employment, your home telephone number, you must notify probation. You have to report as directed. No alcohol, no marijuana, no illegal controlled substances. You're not to purchase, possess, or consume any one of those. Kratom, poppy seeds, and CBD oils are prohibited. Consuming fruit or other items containing those substances will be deemed a violation. Do you understand that?
For the poppy seeds?
Yeah, because I've had people come in and tell me, oh, I'm positive because I had everything bagel. That's not working in here. So that's why I put it right in here.
So no everything bagels? I mean, because.
Listen,
I only have.
don't eat a bagel. Don't eat a bagel. It's not gonna kill you.
All right.
What's that?
So give it away.
Sober link device. You remain on that until June 25th. You're to submit the chemical testing, PBTs and ETGs weekly for 3 months, then bi-weekly for 2, then I'll revert you to monthly, okay? You're to continue to attend AA 3 times a week until you're in an intensive outpatient treatment program. I'm ordering intensive outpatient Once you get into intensive outpatient, you no longer have to attend AA or NA. You're to attend the victims. Do you understand that? So if you get intensive outpatient this week, you don't have to go to AA or NA, but you're going to go 3 times a week until you're in intensive outpatient treatment. You're to attend the victims impact panel. That's one night put on by Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. 5 days jail credit, 1 serve 4. I'll let you serve those as follows. 3 days on the court work program. There's a $35 a day charge for that. They'll set you up. You're coming at the end of the year, so you can be able to, school year, I should say, if you're not already there. So they'll set you up in the summer to work 3 court work program days. 1 day of community service. I'm going to let you complete that. I'm going to give you until, I'll tell you what, I'll give you until July the 7th to complete that. Pay fines $300, cost $200, $75 victims' rights fee, $50 justice assessment for 6 1/4. Screening fees $60 for 685. Probation fees are $300. You also have $150 in costs of recovery. And you have $105 in court work program fees. Should be $1240. Will you double check my math, Lisa? If you violate, your probation could be revoked. You could be incarcerated for 93 days. You have 21 days to appeal, and you have 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of appeal. Also, if you do everything and you stay clean and there are no violations within the preceding 90 days and 7.5 months, by law, you can come in here and seek early discharge and it'll be granted. That's by law. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So no marijuana, no alcohol, no illegal drugs. Do you understand the sentence fully?
Yes.
Do you have any questions at all?
What is the,
And by the way, restitution, if any, is to be handled through civil litigation, and you're not to have any contact with the victim in this case. You cannot write, phone, send text, email, or communicate with or have anybody else communicate with the victim. Amadi Ali Jones, okay? I'm sorry, what is your question, sir?
There's that question about the outpatient. What is that?
Intensive outpatient.
And what does that entail? Like what?
I'm gonna let probation explain that to you. You're gonna be going 4 times a week.
4 times a week, plus the 3 times a week of AA.
Okay, so you're gonna just do AA until you're in intensive outpatient.
Okay.
Okay? Counsel, good to have you here and see you as always. You're always a gentleman. I appreciate it. Can you pay this today or does he need time?
How many times?
How much do you have with you?
On me?
Yeah.
Like $50.
You're not gonna wanna pay your insurance. How much can you pay per week? I'll be reasonable. Can you pay 50 a week or not?
I can pay 50 a week.
You pay 50 now, you pay $50 weekly. I'll begin that next Friday, which is June the 2nd. I can't believe we're into June already, Mr.
Judge, there's also a B case.
Oh, yeah, 195. I wrote that down and I didn't say it. 195 on that case. So I'm gonna let you work that out by just paying that one. Thanks, Lisa. Pay that by October 1. I'll let you pay that by October 1, okay? Wish you well, good luck. You'll meet with probation, go down and pay your $50 and then meet with probation. Thank you, counsel. You too. Matthew James Kazmarek. Folks, thanks for coming. I'm serious. And keep him straight. I'm worried about him.
We'll do our best.
I know. Thank you. Matthew James Cho Kazmarek, 25I-414-924. Good morning. Your name? Which one does Mr. Holmberg have? And is there another? I thought I saw another lawyer in here. Can you guys figure that out? Okay, I'll take that, pull that out. Do we have? All right, so you pled guilty to failure to report a property damage accident. We notified the victims. Jake Lindley, William Shaheen IV, are either one of you here? Are you here? Restitution, if any, will be handled through civil litigation. What would you like to tell me, sir? Why would you leave the scene like that? You drove in the mailboxes and you, why would you leave the scene like that?
I didn't realize I had a mailbox. I thought it was a trash can.
You stated you accidentally struck the mailbox while driving home from work. That doesn't sound like somebody was telling the police that I didn't know I struck a mailbox. I thought I struck a garbage can. Was it even garbage day that day? Now be careful with me. Listen,
Yeah,
was there even garbage cans out there? Be careful with me, please.
I'm not sure if it was garbage day. I don't.
Please, did you tell the officer you accidentally struck the mailbox while driving home from
Well,
work?
they said it was a mailbox first. And then, you know.
Okay, anything else that you'd like to tell me?
Yeah, since then I've been doing therapy,
Okay,
taking medication,
good.
about a month sober now. And I'm going to supportive,
You weren't drinking that day, though.
no. But I've had to clean up my life a lot though.
You've had what?
I've had to clean up my life a lot since then, so. But, a long.
Okay, we all make mistakes. Now we just gotta move forward, right?
Yeah.
All right, what else?
Going to supportive employment, currently. Just met with her this week, and we'll have a form of income. Yes.
Anything else?
Not that I can think of.
Restitution, if any, will be handled through civil litigation. Pay fines $100, costs $225, $75 victim's rights fee. I'm gonna give you a break. $450 or 90 days, but you have to serve 1 day or 8 hours of community service by June 20th. You'll meet with probation. You have 21 days to appeal, 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of appeal. If you cannot afford one, do you understand that? Is somebody called Gibraltar? Are they ready out there on this? Can you pay all that today?
No, like I said, I'm currently looking for a job right now.
How much? Do you have anything?
No.
When can,
Between the bridge. being
just
out,
tell me when you can pay this. It's okay.
Maybe 2 weeks I can pay, a payment, but I don't think I can fill the whole.
You pay 50 per week. I'll start you beginning June 16th. If you don't have the money, no problem. Call the court. We'll go on Zoom on or before the due date, or you can come in here and talk to me and I'll be glad to give you an extension, okay? All right, best of luck to you. Is Gibraltar out there?
He says they don't have anybody close.
Well, they got, it's Gregory Harland. I need a detective
He's
here.
in person, Judge.
Yeah, I know, but I need the detective here. He can come by Zoom, but it's a 10-year felony. People against Andrea Lynn Brewer, 25B 148214. Morning, Mr. Dubin.
Good morning, Your Honor. To you and your staff. For the record, Attorney Maxwell Dubin, P number 86012, on behalf of Ms. Brewer.
Andrea.
Whoever has the phone, has got to take that out of here.
Give me 1 second. Your name?
Andrea Lynn Brewer.
All right, so your client pled guilty to possession of a controlled substance. This was cocaine, which scares me a bit. Have you had a chance to review the screening and assessment with your client? Are there any material additions, corrections, or deletions?
I have had ample time to review it with my client, Your Honor. There are no additions, corrections, no deletions that need to be made, just quick allocation.
Okay,
Your Honor, I've been in contact with my client. She's been very upfront, very forward. She knows she messed up. She knows she has a problem, and she knows that this problem needs to be addressed. Speaking on that issue, I would say that the recommendation does address that justly, and I agree with the PSI in this case, Your Honor. I think the PSI is very focused on helping my client, not trying to punish her over what needs to be done. However, I believe it's geared towards making her the best she can be. I know she agrees with it. I think it's appropriate, and I think if it was adopted, my client will show you that she's going to do an excellent job on probation, because I know that she wants the help, and I know that this is going to put her in the right direction.
okay. Good. I got a lawyer agreeing with me on something. Anything you'd like to say?
I would like to say that.
Just relax. You can take a deep breath. There's no reason to be nervous. No reason to be nervous.
I just wanted to apologize to the court, and I take full responsibility
I've been going to my NA and AA meetings.
Have you seen proof of that, counsel? She's supposed to be going
Correct, I do have it, Your
3
Honor.
times a week since May 7th, so she should have gone roughly, I don't need to see,
Yeah, no,
She's-
she's been going since you said May 9th, right?
May 7th, I believe.
Yeah, she's won a bunch, Your Honor.
Has she gone at least 6 times?
6.
Yes,
Okay, good enough. I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am. I cut you off. My apologies.
Just, I'm so sorry. I have a problem and I wanna fix it and get my life complete.
And you're working at DoorDash?
Yes, sir.
And so this plea, there was no strings. It was just a straight up plea. All right. Anything else, ma'am?
No, just that I'm very sorry, apologetic, fully responsible.
12 months probation. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate any law or ordinance. If you change your address, your place of employment, or home telephone number, you must notify probation. You have to report as directed. No alcohol, no illegal drugs, no marijuana. You're not to purchase, possess, or consume any one of those. You're not to go any place where those items are sold or dispensed. You're submitted to chemical testing, PBTs and ETGs as follows. Weekly for 3 months if you're clean, bi-weekly for 2. If you're clean, I'll revert it to monthly. Kratom, poppy seeds, and CBD oils are prohibited. Consuming food or other items containing those substances will be deemed a violation. You're to attend an intensive outpatient treatment program. You're to go to AA, NA 3 times a week. You only have to do that until you're in intensive outpatient, okay? So if you get an intensive outpatient this week, you don't have to go to AA or NA any longer. Were you taken into custody, ma'am? You were not, or were you? At the time of this, you were arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you spent a few hours in jail?
Yes, sir.
4 days jail credit, 1 serve 3. I'll let you serve those by way of community service. 24 hours of community service by July the 1. 24 hours community service by July the 1st. Fines 100, cost 200, 75 victims' rights fee, $50 justice assessment, 4 1/4. Screening fee 60 for 485. Probation fees are 240 for 725. You pay that, you stay out of trouble, and you comply with all terms. Otherwise, if you violate, you could get 90 days. You have 21 days to appeal and 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of appeal if you cannot afford one. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the sentence complete?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dubin, can she pay all this today?
no, Your Honor, I believe, her sister and husband are in the back here for support. I should have said that earlier. My apologies, Your Honor. I think they said they could pay about, can they pay 50 today and then go on a weekly payment plan? However, I do think they'll be able to pay it before the payment plan.
Yeah, we'll do the same thing. 50 now, 50 per week. I'll start that beginning on June the, what's the 3rd Friday in June? 3rd Friday in June. What's the 3rd?
20th.
Starting June to 20th, okay, counsel?
Yes, I'll tell them if they can pay it. They might want to just pay it early. That was just a precaution.
And that's fine. If you don't have the money, if they can't, ma'am, just listen to me. If you don't have the money, don't worry, don't get in a panic. All you have to do is come in and talk to me on or before the due date. I'll give you an extension. Or if it's more convenient, you can call the court. Be happy to go on and give them an extension on Zoom. Ma'am, are you listening to me?
Yes.
The point is, just get a hold of me on or before the due date. I'm not gonna get on the phone with you, but you're gonna call the court, we'll go on Zoom, or you come in here and I'll give you an extension on or before any due date, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good to see you as always. And I hope
Thank
have a
you.
wonderful rest of your day.
You too, thanks a
Thank you,
lot. Good luck. So she's gonna go down, pay the 50 and then meet with probation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Priority Waste LLC, 25B148544. Is the detective on there in Harlan?
He's on Zoom.
Okay, good. I'll take that one next. Good morning, counsel. Your appearance?
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Tremblay appearing on behalf of Priority Waste.
All right, so you're authorized to enter this plea on behalf of the company. I have 25B. Actually, I have 25B148544 and 25B148542. And as I understand it, on 544, you're authorized to enter this plea, and you are going to plead responsible, and it's going to be $1,400 as the agreed upon amount, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
And then on A54D, you are going to plead on behalf of the company with agreed upon fines and costs of $550, true?
That is correct.
All right, so, and again, you're authorized to enter these pleas, true?
Yes, Your Honor, yeah.
So on file 25B148544, how do you plead, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible, Your Honor.
And on 25B148542, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible, Your Honor.
All right, I'll accept those pleas. $1,400 on file 544, $550 on 542. Let me just double check something. And
that's
then,
including
and then I'm gonna
fines.
give you until June the 20, give them until June the 21st to pay those, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day, thank
You
you.
too, thanks.
Harlan, Gregory Dean Harlan Jr., 25 G710570.
Good morning, Your Honor. Edward Holbrook on behalf of the defendants now approaching.
Good morning, Mr. Holmberg. Your name, sir?
Gregory Dean Harlan Jr.
All right, so I have a charge of assault with intent to do great bodily harm. Detective, your name, sir?
Detective Gary Robinson, Gibraltar Police Department.
So for purposes of arraignment, how does he wish to plead? All right. Okay, so sir, I'm gonna go ahead and advise you of your rights too. You're charged with a 10-year felony, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to say anything. If you say something in or out of court, whether orally or in writing, it can be used against you. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to be represented by your lawyer not only today, but at all subsequent court proceedings. And if you ever choose to submit to questioning with law enforcement officials, you do have the right to be represented by a lawyer at that question. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to a probable cause conference within 14 days, at which time your lawyer will discuss this case with the prosecutor. And then you have the right to a preliminary examination within 7 days thereafter. At the preliminary exam, if it goes that far, the people have to show that the crime was committed and that you were the one who probably committed the crime. If they prove that, you'll be bound over for further proceedings to the circuit court. If they fail to prove that, the case should be dismissed and you would be discharged. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so June 3rd at 9:15, Mr. Holmberg in front of Judge Hessen. June 10th in front of Judge Hessen at 11:15. So the PCC will be June 3rd at 9:15, June 10th at 11:15 will be the exam date. Now listen to anything you have to say with regard to bond, and then I'll ask you for your input, Detective. So you can go ahead and.
Yes, we would ask for a personal, once we found about the warrant last night, I did contact the police department last night. He was here before 8 o'clock this morning, turned himself in. He is employed, married, has children, is a homeowner in the city of Trenton. He's a combat veteran, Your Honor. Yeah, I've seen right away. As far as the facts of the underlying case, I can't speak to that. I have not seen a copy of the actual complaint yet, or the discovery. That being said, he's here. I believe there's a limited misdemeanor criminal history. We would ask for a personal bond in this matter, Your Honor. Again, he has strong ties to the community. He's here. And I meant if I may also, Your Honor, he was shot during the alleged incident that took place and his jaw was broken. He has multiple medications he's on with multiple doctor's appointments to follow up with because of the gunshot wound and broken jaw. So I hope the court will take that into consideration as well as medical.
Detective, what are you asking for?
Your Honor, as the attorney explained there, once the Trenton Police Department went by his house yesterday, he did contact the Gibraltar Police Department. The attorney did yesterday to turn himself in today. He does have 2 prior assaults and an obstruct justice on his CCH. I'd leave it up to the court's decision on this.
Where does he work?
Ford Motor, Your Honor.
So he's got a good job.
Yes, sir. I'm a production supervisor at Ford Motor Company in Wayne at the Michigan Assembly Plant.
How much do you make there, sir?
About 120,000.
He's been printed, right?
He's not.
Your Honor, he has not been printed and DNA has not been taken.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He has not been printed and DNA has not been taken yet.
He was at the hospital when I think he was initially arrested before the hospital. And they had nothing to do with the pre-trial, pre-arrest.
John. Which one's your? I think that's on. Have Emily call me. Yeah. If you just get her extension, I'll call her. Just give me 1 second. I need to check on something. What's her number? Just give me your number.
253.
Send over. No, listen. Also rats. Also rest has GPS tethers, right? Okay, right. So if I'm gonna order a GPS tether here. If I order him to go into the county jail and not to be released until then, he's be stuck a few days.
That's correct.
I'm presuming he can pay that on his own, correct?
He could pay for it.
10,000, 10%. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate any law or ordinance. You must appear in court as directed. No contact with Jeremy Thomas. You cannot write, phone, see, text, email, or communicate with him or have anybody else communicate with him for you or on your behalf. No contact with prosecution witnesses, again, except through your lawyer. You're not to go back to JP Waterfronts at 13200 Gibraltar Road in Gibraltar, so you cannot enter or go near there. You're required to obtain a tether. Tether to be obtained by the end of the day. They're going to explain to you how to go about that. So you got a day ahead. You're not to be within 2 miles of the victim, his residence or place of employment. Tether to be obtained by the end of the day. They will tell you how to go about that. And you're required to go to the Gibraltar Police Department by noon today for DNA testing, photograph, fingerprints, etc. So you have to go over there by what did I say, 2 p.m.? I'm gonna make it noon. You have to get there by noon. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're gonna go down the hall, post your bond. You're gonna meet with probation. They'll explain to you how to get the GPS tether. You have to have it by the end of the day, and then you go over to Gibraltar and you'll be fingerprinted and photographed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Holmberg?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
So you're gonna be in front of Judge Hessen on these, June 3rd, 9:15, June 10, 11:15. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Michael, thanks, Detective. Michael Patrick Gayer, 25B148600, A, B, and C. You put that in there.
Judge, what was the name on that one? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a Zoom. Never mind.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I thought you were calling a Zoom case and I missed the name.
No, I have Mr. Gayer right here. I'm just trying to figure out the plea agreement here. Your name?
Michael Patrick Gayer.
Calling Miss Foley Carter, can you walk in here for a second, please? All right, good morning again. Your name? So just remind me, was this your Brownstown that wrote all these last week, selling and furnishing alcohol to a minor?
It was not.
There's another community. What is your ordinance, so I don't have to pull it out? What does that call for penalty wise?
It's a civil infraction of the $205 fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so if you plead to file A, you can't be doing this. How old were the kids?
I'm not too sure. It was a busy night.
I know, you gotta check ID though. You know what'll happen when those kids you serve underage, you don't check their ID, they go out and kill somebody, you're gonna have big problems, okay? Just be careful, please.
Absolutely.
Please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To the charge on file 600A, responsible and not responsible.
Responsible.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and accept that plea. I'm dismissing files B and C on motion of the prosecutor. $205, you can go down the hall and pay that, and you're all set. No more though.
Would I be able to get on
How much do you have today?
I could do 50.
50 due today, when can you pay the rest?
I could do bi-weekly if possible,
$50?
or I could probably do weekly, that's fine.
50 weekly, beginning June. What's the first Friday again in June? Is it the 6th?
Yes, the 6th.
Okay, and if you need more time, no problem, come back, talk to me on or before a due date or call. We'll go on Zoom, and I'll be glad to give you an extension. Just don't ignore me, okay?
I just got back to work, so I appreciate that.
All right, I wish you well. Be
Thank
careful,
you.
please. Good luck.
Absolutely.
People Against Potter. Lori Sue Potter. 25B1478798.
Good morning, Judge Deanne with the on behalf of Ms. Potter.
You mean I let her out last week and then she did this? Is that what happened?
Judge, she's on Zoom.
Oh,
She's
I'm
in a
sorry.
treatment center.
My apologies. Thank you. Ms. Potter, your name?
Lori Potter.
Why didn't you show up and get your PSI?
I was locked up.
Until when?
Now I'm in treatment.
And, call over there, tell them I want to do a screening. So they took you straight to treatment?
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna have to reschedule it. We're still gonna have to do the, PSI.
So, Your Honor, she is in Genesis 3. She's been there for about a week. She'll be there for 30 days. I do have a phone number and an extension that probation can call to do the interview over the phone if that's allowable, because she can't leave the facility.
Oh, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's why I'm having them set her up right now. Call Pam. All right, I don't want you to go anywhere. They're gonna interview you by the phone, okay?
Okay.
They're gonna interview you by phone. And, we're gonna do a set a sentencing date. So, let's see, you wanna give me a new sentence date and I'll have probation meet with her, this was with Ms. Patillo.
June 18th at 8:30.
It's just a PSI. PSI, tell them. June 18th at 8:30, you wait there, we'll put you in a breakout room, you'll meet with probation. Any questions?
No.
All right, you're all set. Best of luck. Thank
She
you.
also has a case with Judge Hessen. She needs to Zoom over there.
Okay, so you need to Zoom over there too, so we'll go from there, all right? You got a case in front of Judge Hessen.
Okay.
Okay? Good luck.
Thank you.
Shannon, you're all set. Is this yours? Shannon Monique Beard?
Yes, Judge.
25247392.
Invite me to another room.
Good morning, Judge Deanne Patillo on behalf of Ms. Shiana Beard.
I'd like to know if the victim is here on this case, either in person. Come on up here.
State your name. Shiana Beard.
Right over there, it doesn't look like one, but that's a microphone on the jury box. You can stand outside the jury box. Come on over around here. And I just want to make sure we pick you up. What is your name? Defendant pled guilty here, or no contest, I should say, to telephone harassment. And the plea was to be taken under section 771.1. Have you had a chance to review the report with her, and are there any material additions, corrections, or deletions?
I have, Your Honor, there are no additions, deletions, or corrections.
Anything you would like to say on her behalf?
Yes, Your Honor, when it comes to fines and costs, I would ask that you take into consideration that Ms. Beard is not employed at this time. She's looking for work. She does have. Oh, she's employed.
Yeah, you're making good money. 1,200 a week, right? Right?
And she, yes, Your Honor, has 2 minor children, Your Honor, and she does have a personal protection order against the victim. Your Honor, this is a family matter. The children have been contacting grandma, and Miss Beard is requesting that the victim not contact the minor children in this matter. And I'm stating that because I don't know if it's in the file that there's been a report that Miss Beard has been trying to contact the victim. She is not.
I'm gonna listen to everybody. I'm not gonna say anything at this point. And I just need to read you this. Did you see this note from Ms. Fowler?
I did, Judge.
And you covered it with your client?
I did.
What is the relationship between the two of them?
So the victim is the mother of Miss Beard's children's father. She's the.
Wait a minute, slow down.
I'm sorry.
She's the mother.
She's the paternal grandmother of Miss Beard's children.
Is that right?
That's correct. My son, her, has been dating, for 17 years.
Okay. Okay. And she has a PPO?
I have one out on her.
I thought you said she had one.
I have one as well, Your Honor. There is PPOs on both ends.
No, it's my.
Okay, wait a minute, ladies. Anything else?
No.
Anything you want to tell me?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, she has a assault case in Taylor that's going on right now.
I read that. I read at least you said that you were assaulted on or
Yes,
about.
brutally assaulted.
What was the charge? Is it assault and battery or
No,
something?
they're trying to do, disorderly conduct. And I'm upset about that. And this phone harassment case, she's been, phone harassing me for 7 years.
I'm having a hard, hang on. I want everybody to stop right now. I'm having a hard time with this. I really am. I don't understand this. I don't understand this. I mean, I've said it before here. If we all lived until we're 890, then, you know, you could take a few years and be a screwball. We don't have that long on this planet. I don't know why this would go on between the mother of man. Now, I want to caution you.
I'm just
Ma'am, well, you're kind of acting, so far your body language is telling me that there are reasons that you think that your conduct was justified. If I misread that, that's fine. Maybe I did. I want to read some of the things I read in the report. She's reporting to the police that you've been harassing and threatening her over the last year. She says she's told the police that she told you to stop contacting her and you haven't. She says that you're using Denzel Lamont's phone number. Is that your son?
Yes.
and Denzel Lamont's son's phone to call her because Sheena Beard knows, because you know that she's blocked your number.
Yes, sure.
She says you told her over multiple phone calls that you have a CPL and will use it. Do you have a CPL?
Not anymore, Your Honor.
Did you then?
Yes, I did.
She also says you threatened, quotes, to kill her, quotes, kick her ass, and wish death upon her. Now, I gotta tell you, at least where I come from, how do I put this delicately? How do I put it delicately? My wife is a wonderful grandmother. I'm not here to talk about my wife. I don't think we have enough support systems to turn down help from somebody else. And now you don't want her to call her grandkids, which I think is just.
Your Honor, can I speak? I'm sorry.
No, you can go ahead.
I'm sorry. When I was agreeing with you earlier, I was agreeing that it's been going on for too long. It's family issues. She doesn't feel me and my kids are her family. I have screenshots, I have messages as well. This has been going on for too long. They haven't talked to me before. Her and her two daughters, as well as this, I'm in a toxic, abusive relationship with her son. That's the part she don't mention. They all have attacked me before at one time together. I have messages where she was just telling Denzel to tell me the kids are not hers, the kids are not his, they need to be took by CPS. F me, she sent us, it's been going on and it's not just on my end. Your Honor, it's a family issue because of a toxic relationship. That is the truth.
How do you get along with your son?
It hasn't been good since she's entered our life, since I let her in when they were 17 and 18, 16 and 18.
I met Denzel at 14, Your Honor.
And she lived with me half of the time.
Ladies, I can't pick you both up.
But
Maybe,
Your Honor, she hasn't started me, this is what's not being on the record, 4 times. This is the 4th incident that I have put up with her assaulting me. This is the 4th incident that they won't let me get out on the record.
I'm not gonna comment other than to say this is going to stop. I promise you it's going to stop. If it doesn't stop, you're gonna force me to do something I don't wanna do, but I will do anytime if I find out you have any contact with her. You will have your 771 status revoked and you will go to jail for 90 days. So if it's worth it to you,
No, Your Honor.
if it's worth it to you, just call her one time and test me.
No, Your Honor. I just have a question. If I could just say one thing. The last time I was here, Your Honor, she told the prosecutor that I was contacting her. That was not true. Then the prosecutor came to me the next time and said, she reneged.
She says on August 17th to 24, a block number called 29 times from 8:37 until 9:42 in the evening.
That's correct.
That's a black number. That's not my number, and that's August of 2025.
Ladies, I can't pick up 2 people talking at the same time. I just can't do it. She's got to take down everything that's being recorded here. I don't know what to tell you two. I can't solve this. I cannot solve this. If you guys want to go on being like this, where there's animosity between living girlfriends or spouses or whatever the case may be, and grandparents and children not seeing their grandmother, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. I cannot solve every single problem sitting here. I think it's sad. I think it's extremely sad. I think you got an anger issue, and I know you're going to stop calling her like this. I know that if some grandmother has to block a phone number of somebody who is the mother of her grandchildren.
She said they're not hers. She said they should need to get took and was talking about my kids. She don't believe they're.
That's incorrect.
I apologize.
You're not helping yourself. You want to help yourself? listen to me talk. You don't want to help yourself, keep interrupting me and keep interrupting her. I'm not, I don't know what to tell you. But I'm dead serious. I'm serious as a heart attack when I say if you contact her again, you're gonna have a massive problem with me. 12 months probation unless somebody has something else to say, I'm ready to sentence. You have something else to say?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have something else to say?
No,
You have anything else to say?
no, Judge, thank you.
12 months probation, you cannot, I'll take it under 771.1. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate any law or ordinance. If you change your address, your place of employment, or home telephone number, you must notify probation. You have to report as directed. No contact with Cherie Fowler. You cannot write, phone, see, text, email, or communicate with her in any way or have anybody else do any of those things for you on your behalf. I'm not threatening. I'm promising you contact her. You're going to jail. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're not to possess firearms. You're not to possess dangerous weapons. You're to attend an anger management program with 8-week follow-up.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are to serve 3 days on the court work program. There's a $35 a day charge for that. That's $105. Again, no firearms, no dangerous weapons. The threats thing I don't get. I just don't understand the threats. All the violence goes on out here. It's just insane to me. 100 fines, 200 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment, $60 screening fee. For 485, probation fees are $240 for 725, charging attorney fees of $40 for 765 plus court work program fees. $870 is your total. If you violate, your probation could be revoked. You could be incarcerated for 90 days. You have 21 days to appeal, 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of appeal. You do everything I said. I'll be happy to dismiss this case. It will be on motion of the prosecutor in a year. So I'm going to need a review hearing date. And also, by the way, why do you think you don't have to take care of warrants?
I am, Your Honor.
You are. You are going to do, listen to me. You're to clear all warrants within 21 days. Do we understand one another?
Yes, I thought it was 60 days.
They recommended 60. I think they're being nice. You stop doing this.
Okay, I agree.
All right, now, give me a review hearing date, Lisa.
May 13th of 26 at 9 o'clock.
God willing, May the 13th of 26 at 9 o'clock. We'll all be back there. I'm telling you. Will you please think about what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Don't you think it's important for grandparents to be with their grandchildren? I sure do.
I do, but she don't want to be a part of my kids.
Can I ask you a question?
There's nothing.
I'm not condoning her conduct here at all. I think I've made that abundantly clear. Do you believe I've made that clear?
Yes.
If you don't think they're her grandkids, your grandkids?
Your Honor, I have concerns about those children being my son's grandkids.
All right, well, but you don't have any proof, so that's, wait. That's hurtful things to say if you're not correct. Do you understand?
My son.
That is hurtful.
My son has said it.
Well, then maybe
Because
he,
Ms. Beard was gonna take care of the child support, because he works at Forest, and he said he was gonna receive a paternity check.
okay, well, maybe you should go get one. I don't know what to
That's
tell
what
you.
I told him.
Review hearing, May 13th, 26, 9 a.m. Ma'am, can you pay all of this today?
No.
How much can you pay today?
I can do $100.
And then how much can you pay weekly? You got a good job. Can you pay 75 a week?
Yes.
75 a week, you get paid every week, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna start this beginning June the 6th. If you ever don't have the money, no problem, don't be afraid. I'm easy to get along with if you don't ignore me. So you call the court or you come in here on or before the due date, I'll be more than happy to give you an extension. Just don't ignore me. That's not so nice, okay? Good luck to you both. I wish you well.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Marshawn Andre Moody, 25B14809, 2A and C.
Deanne Patillo on behalf of Mr. Marshawn.
All right, so he pled the resist and obstruct under HIDA. I gotta clear the courtroom. I'm sorry. Everybody has to leave on this one. Go off YouTube, will you? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, can his mother remain in the court?
As long as he doesn't have an objection. You have any objection? Who are you?
I'm a victim. Is it okay if I stay?
Oh, absolutely.
Defendant's going to admit responsibility that count two, we accepted and move to Mr.
That's a correct statement, Your Honor. I have authority from the client to admit responsibility on his behalf, and I do so for Your Honor's purposes.
All right, court will accept that admission. To count two, count one is dismissed. Fines and cost of $180. When can that be paid?
Your Honor, can we get 14 days to pay, please? I said, please.
You got $180.
I said, please,
No.
Judge.
Pay it by June 6th.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Okay. Yep.
Court calls the case of the people versus Jessica Fox.
Echelon for the people.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox, please state your name for the record.
She isn't in my front.
You read her?
Yeah. Jessica.
Okay, I think I got it.
Okay, your name?
Jessica Fox.
All right, very good. All right.
Your Honor, I did, just last night, Ms. Fox did get proof of her treatment and, tests for the last, from July to December of last year. I did confirm that she was negative for alcohol in all of the tests, and she did complete, treatment for quite some time. I think she started back in, 2021. And then completed in 2024. I can provide that to the court if the court would like that. Given the nature that I just did get that to the people last night, I am requesting an adjournment for further plea negotiations, and hopefully that can assist us in coming to a resolution.
June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All righty. Thank you, Ms. Fox.
Thank you.
Court does call the case people versus Freyon Haywood.
Echelon for the people.
I'm sorry.
This is a show cause for them to your.
So show cause has already been issued.
Yes.
Freyon Haywood, no response, bench warrant, 5,000. 10%, that warrant will issue immediately. Court calls case people versus Christopher Holt.
Echelon for the people.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Mr. Holt.
He's on. Christopher Holt.
Yeah, good morning. This is Christopher Holt.
All right, thank you.
So, Your Honor, I apologize. I'm asking for one last adjournment. Mr. Holt and I did speak about the offer. I think we're getting very close. We just need to finalize some details.
All right. June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue. All right. Thank you, Mr. Holt.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case people versus Micah Jones.
Echelon for the people.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Mr. Jones. Your Honor, I attempted multiple times to contact Mr. Jones. I was not successful. I don't see him here in the courtroom. Not sure if he's on Zoom. I don't have an explanation for his failure to appear, and for the record, I would request an adjournment.
I got two screens, so I don't.
He's not.
You don't have it. All right. Jones, Micah Jones, no response. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of 5,000. Look for 10% privilege. That warrant will issue immediately. Court does call the case of the people versus Pauline Macharia.
Echelon for the people. Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate, with on behalf of Ms. Macharia, who should be present via Zoom.
Yes.
Please unmute and state your name for the court.
Pauline Masharia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm respectfully requesting an adjournment. I have discussed this matter both with the people and my client. I believe this is a case that will ultimately be able to be resolved, but we just need to speak about a few more things before that happens. I agree, Your Honor.
June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Court calls the case, People versus Rebecca Miller.
Ashley Lonnie for the people. Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate with and on behalf of Ms. Miller, who appears via Zoom from Dawn Farm. Ma'am, can you please unmute and state your name for the court?
Oh, there she is. Can you unmute Ms. Miller? If you can't, oh, see ya. If you hold on the space bar, you'll be good.
Okay, I got it. Thank you, Jonathan. Sorry, I was
All
like,
right.
I wasn't unmuting.
Your name?
Rebecca Miller.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the people have extended an offer in this case that I was able to briefly discuss with my client yesterday. However, she is inpatient at Dawn Farm. We were just able to connect for a phone conversation last night. So I'd be requesting an adjournment to further discuss that with her. And then if she would like to accept that offer, date the proper date for the court.
Adjourn to matter June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued. All right. Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, sir.
Court calls the case, People versus Kiana Patterson.
Ashley Lonnie for the people. Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate on behalf of Ms. Patterson, who may be present via Zoom.
I'm down to one screen. Patterson, I don't have one.
Your Honor, I don't have an explanation for Ms. Patterson's failure to appear. I did leave her a voicemail, but unfortunately did not hear back. For the record, I request an adjournment.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000. Give a 10% privilege on that. That warrant will issue immediately. Court does call the case of the People versus Alicia Stewart.
Ashley Lonnie for the people. Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate with on behalf of Ms. Stewart, who should be present via the Zoom. Ma'am, can you please unmute and state your name for the record? She's not.
She is also not checking.
Your Honor, I did speak with her and asked for an adjournment. She did end up having her administrative hearing date with the Secretary of State on May 1st. We were still awaiting a decision. I did provide her with the Zoom and expected her to be here. For the record, I request an adjournment.
Alicia Stewart, no response. 5,000, but bench warrant 5,000, 10%. Warrant will issue immediately. Court calls the case of the People versus Jada Taylor.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Ms. Taylor. Ms. Taylor, please unmute and state your name for the record.
Hi,
Oh,
Judge.
Your Honor, we're asking this of this for final settlement conference.
Jury final settlement conference, June 6, 2025, 9 a.m. Jury selection, June 9th, 2025, 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you, ma'am. Court calls the case of the People versus David Wagner.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
David oh, there he is. Okay. I kept looking at my screen and didn't realize there were actually people here. No. Your name, sir? David Charles Wagner Jr. All right. Sir, you are, this is all right. You are before the court on a misdemeanor complaint that alleges that on or about September 26, 2024, at the location of 2224 Gulfside Road in Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, that you did fail to provide proper care and or work beat 2 or 3 animals, contrary to Michigan statutes. That's an abandonment or cruelty of animals statute. You understand what you're charged with, sir? Yes, sir. All right. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $2,000 fine plus court costs. Court could order community service also, or any combination of those penalties. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You also understand that the court could order a psychiatric evaluation and may order cost of care of housing any animals that were seized, as well as either housing costs or veterinary costs. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And I also could order that you not possess or own any animals. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. First question I have for you is, do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
Yes.
This is a public defender case.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate on behalf of Mr. Wagner, we would waive any further reading, stand mute, and ask for an adjourned pretrial date, please.
Defendant every way from a reading standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea in this case. Pretrial in this matter will be adjourned June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. As to bond.
Your Honor, people do request standard bond conditions and unsecured appearance bond. We also are going to make a request that while on bond, the defendant have no animals in his ownership or custody or control.
Not in my name. Yes. I have 4 cats and two dogs. They belong to my wife and my kids. Anything you want to say, Ms. Payne?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I would ask that those animals be allowed to stay in the home. He states they belong to his wife and children, understanding that my client should not have any interaction with those animals, so to speak. I would ask that he be allowed to remain in the home, certainly, and ask that the pets not be removed from his wife and kids.
You said there were how many cats? 4. And 2 dogs?
Yes, sir.
What kind of dogs?
One is, it's a small dog. That is my wife's dog. It's a poodle. Yorkie poodle. That's my wife as my.
Okay. What kind is the other dog? All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set his bond at a $10,000 personal recognizance bond. I'll order standard conditions, including no assault to behavior or possession of any weapons, no alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug use. I'm gonna indicate the defendant is not to have contact with or have possession of any animals.
Yes, sir, I understand.
And so I'm going to indicate that with reference to the 4 cats and 2 dogs, I would need either veterinary paperwork or other types of purchase paperwork that would indicate by the next hearing, that would indicate that these animals have ownership with someone else other than the defendant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Otherwise, so that we're clear. If I don't get that, then what's going to end up happening is I'm going to order all of them removed from the home. All right?
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get this number to you.
Yeah, that was 6-4 or 6-18, I'm sorry.
6-4.
Thank you.
Court does call the case People versus Moni Williams.
Ashley, one of the people?
This is a show cause for people to appear for the arraignments.
It's a show cause.
Yes.
It is. Moni Williams. No response. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000. I'll give it 10% privilege. That warrant will issue immediately. Court does call the case of the people versus Moni Williams.
Actually, Monday for the people.
This is an arraignment.
Yes, sir.
Moni Williams. I'll issue an order to show cause on this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case people versus Sammy Alderson.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pay on behalf of Mr. Alderson, who gave the authority to accept the offer on his behalf.
So, Your Honor, I move to add count to double parking. Defense counsel is going to admit responsibility if you accept it and move to dismiss.
And you have authority to accept that,
Yes, Your Honor.
and on behalf of your client, do so.
I do so, yes.
Okay. Court will accept that admission to count two. Count one is dismissed. Fines and costs of $180. When can they get that paid?
To be candid, Your Honor, I did have a long conversation with Mr. Alderson. He receives SSI and was just asking if the court would give him as long as possible to pay. So I told him that.
Do we know how much the SSI is?
I don't know exactly, or I should say, I did not write down how much he gets monthly, Your Honor. He did say that he knows for a fact he could pay it within 6 months or by the end of the year. So I said I would explain to Your Honor the situation after.
Yeah, without knowing what his SSI is. So here's what I'll do. I'll indicate that he needs to pay that by July 31st. Okay, so that'd be 3 months. That'd give 3 months if,
Your Honor.
okay. Court does call the case people versus Audrey Beatty.
Conrad Solar on behalf of Digital Township.
Two cases.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Ms. Beatty. Ms. Beatty, please state your name for the record.
Audrey Beatty.
All right.
So, Your Honor, we have come to resolution. Ms. Beatty got her permits. She passed her driving test on Monday. I did provide that to Ms. Miller. I hope I did email it over yesterday.
You got her permit when?
She passed the test on Monday.
And I do have a copy of it, Your Honor.
You did, okay.
I do, so. In case 1391, she's going to admit double parking.
Okay.
So I add that count to double parking in 1391. If you accept that admission, move to dismiss the original misdemeanor as well as case 1392.
Correct, counsel?
That is correct, Your Honor. I actually would like to accept that offer today.
All right. And Ms. Beatty?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you admit responsibility to the fact that on August 10th, oh my goodness, 2016, at a location of Michigan Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, that you double parked a motor vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept that admission to count two. Count one is dismissed, and that's in the case ending in 1391. And also case ending in 1392 is dismissed on the prosecutor's motion. Fines and costs of $180. When can you get that paid, ma'am?
By Friday, Your Honor. This Friday, Your Honor.
This Friday?
This upcoming
Okay.
Friday.
The 16th? No, 23rd. Working on Alan's calendar. I know. I resisted, but now it's all on. All right, pay it by the 23rd. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, no, here's what I have to do, ma'am. Pay it by the 27th. I'll give you till after the holiday. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
Thank
You
you.
have a great day.
You have a better one. Thank you.
Court does call the case of the people versus Tasha Beavers.
Conrad Zilla on behalf of Dismissal Township.
This is an arraignment. Oh, hello.
Hello,
What's your name?
Tasha Beavers.
All right. Ma'am, you are before the court on a misdemeanor complaint or citation that alleges that on or about April 18, 2025, at the location of Twin Lakes Drive in Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, that you were in possession of drug paraphernalia. You understand the nature of that charge, ma'am?
Yes,
That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days, $500 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
yes,
All right. So first question I'll ask you, ma'am, is do you want to be represented by an attorney?
yes.
It's a public defender case, please.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Penny on behalf of Ms. Beavers. We waive further reading, standing it to the charges and request another pretrial date, please, Your Honor.
Defendant have a waive formal reading. Standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be adjourned to June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond in this case will be set in the amount of a $10,000 personal recognizance bond. I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or any possession of weapons. I will indicate that there's to be no possession or consumption of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. You understand all of that, ma'am?
Yes,
Ma'am, if I sent you over to test now, would you come back clean?
I have marijuana in my system. No,
Pardon?
no,
What would show up?
marijuana,
Do you have a medical marijuana card?
no,
Is that the only thing that would show up?
in my medicine.
I'm gonna order drug of choice in this case was a while.
Marijuana,
I'm gonna order one time per week random testing at community corrections. I want the defendant to test today.
Do you have $12?
no.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We'll see you on the 4th. Yeah, because I got to get in order.
Yeah, thank you.
Court does call the case of the people versus Kia Berry.
Conrad Zilla on behalf of Dismissal Township.
Public Defender Natalie Caitlin on behalf of Ms. Berry. Ma'am, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Kia Berry.
All right.
So Your Honor, Ms. Berry is scheduled to retake her test again this coming Friday.
Which part? The written or the
It
driving?
might be the road or the written test. Is that correct?
Okay.
Ms. Berry?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm very hopeful, as is she, that she'll pass. We're asking for an adjournment so that she can take that test.
What's this, May 12th? All right, I'll adjourn this. I finally saw one. Hang on, I'm correcting. I'll adjourn this. June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m.
So June 18th, is that right?
Pardon?
June 18th at 9 a.m., right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Court calls the case, people versus Daniel Bowe.
Conrad Zilla on behalf of
This one. Yeah.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Patewith, and on behalf of Mr. Bowe, who stands to my right, please state your name for the record, sir.
Daniel Robert Bowe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So actually, Mr. Bowe is going to be accepting the offer extended today of double parking, but he did want to appear to speak with Your Honor as well.
Your Honor, he does have a temporary instructional permit, so I'm gonna move that count 2 of double parking. Accept that admission and move dismiss the original charge.
All right.
I was just wondering if.
Hold on, let me do this
all right.
part. Now, I'll hear from you, okay? Hold on. Just hold on a minute. Yeah, I can get to that. Mr. Bo, do you admit responsibility to the fact that on July 12, 2024, at the location of Carpenter Road in Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, that you did double park a motor vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, court will accept that admission to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. All right, what do you want to tell me?
Only thing I was asking is there any way I could get my fines and costs waived? Because I had to pay $3,400 to get my license back, and I'm about flat broke. I literally just paid, I think it was $34.50. I paid a little over $3,400 to get my license.
For what?
Huh?
Tickets and stuff?
Yeah, well, I was in prison during COVID, and my sister got a ticket in Livonia in my vehicle, and they didn't pull her over, but they issued the ticket to my plate, and it lapsed, and it turned into like over $3,000 in tickets. I ended up having to pay them. So
Not from one ticket, but
no, it was because my car wasn't registered while I was in prison, and she drove it. So it got hit with no registration, no invalid
So now
plate.
he's here blaming his sister.
Well, no, I mean,
you see what happened?
I still paid it.
You know what? You see what he's doing?
I still
He
paid
came in, he
it,
said,
but-
"Yeah, I want to go before the judge because I'm gonna blame her." 'Cause- How long did you do, young man?
I did about 3.5 years. Oh, sorry.
He also has a new baby at home.
Yeah, I got a 6-month-old.
I don't care. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Is that your first?
No, he's my second. I got a 14-year-old who goes to Franklin High School in Livonia. So it's
You waited a
it's
while.
a challenge right now. Yeah, I got two different worlds going on.
Little boy or little girl?
Little boy.
And the older one is?
A boy.
So you got boys?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted a girl, but and once the boy came, I was
No,
happy.
you want a little girl. Then they become teenagers and
Yeah, I know. I got a buddy that has nothing but girls, and they're all teenagers now. Looks like he lost all his hair in the process. So
wow, that's what happened.
I know what you're about to ask me. I feel like the answer is none, but
I don't have to hold on to it.
I don't
think
think
I
so. I don't think so either.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, you don't.
No. And you're gonna stay on the right course if I do something for you here on this?
yes, sir.
Sure.
Absolutely.
So let's see. You told me you had a baby, right? Trying to get sympathy. And he said, none of this is my fault. It's my sister. Trying to say, oh, poor guy. Then I'm flat broke because I paid these other people $3,400, but I don't want to pay you, Judge Simpson, a dime.
Dang.
That's what I'm hearing, man.
When you put it out like that, it sounds way different.
I know. Didn't it though? Fines and costs of 180, I'll waive the entire balance. Good luck, young man.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
sir.
Court calls the case People versus Anna Lee Burgess.
Connor, so on behalf of the township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Kate with behalf of Ms. Burgess, who should be appearing via Zoom.
Yes, she's there.
Please state your name to the record.
Annalee Burgess.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're respectfully requesting an adjournment. Ms. Burgess has a DA appointment out in Rhode Island, where she has family, where I believe her license originates from, on the 11th of June. So we would be asking for an adjournment after that date.
Will she be back by the 18th if she goes out?
Yes.
Yes.
You will? Okay. I'll adjourn you to June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m. All
Thank
right?
you, Judge.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Court does call the case People versus Diamond Buyers.
Connor, so on behalf of the township.
Good afternoon. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Ms. Byers. Ms. Byers, please state your name for the record.
Diamond Buyers.
Okay, there she.
Your Honor, we are requesting an adjournment so Ms. Byers can consider her options further.
Adjourn the matter June 18th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue. All right, thank you, Ms. Myers.
Thank you.
Court calls the case People versus D'Amico Cummings.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Cummings.
Oh, wow.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have an explanation for his failure to appear. I have multiple times this week regarding this case. I did provide him with new information and the time. I don't have an explanation for his failure to appear. Request an adjournment for the record.
Bench warrant, 5,000. 10%. That warrant will issue immediately. Court calls the cases of the People versus Derek Embry.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Embry. Mr. Embry, please state your name for the record.
Derek Embry. All right, he's sideways, but that's now he's upside down. You don't know what you're doing, do you?
I'm on my phone. I'm on my break right now.
It's all right. Oh, now you're good. No, I don't know. All right, what are we doing? Because he's making me dizzy.
Unlike the previous case, Mr. Embry and I have not had a conversation. However, he is here. So I'm asking for an adjournment. There has been an offer made on this case. I think we're going to be able to resolve it. Just need a little bit more time.
All right. I'll adjourn it June 18, 2025, 9 a.m. All right. Thank you, Mr. Embry.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Court calls the case of the People versus Michael Erickson.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Erickson. Your Honor, there has been an offer to double parking in this case. He has given me permission to accept that offer on his behalf.
So Your Honor, I move to add count 2 double parking. You accept the admission, move to dismiss the original charge.
And you have authority to do so, and you do accept so on behalf of your client.
That's correct. Yes.
Court will accept the admission to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Fines and costs of $180. When can he pay?
He's asking for 30 days. He is inpatient at Don Farm right now. But he said he can get it paid in 30 days.
July 31st, 2025. All right. Time to get it done. Court does call the case of the People versus Angel Ford.
This is an arraignment and Ms. Ford is in Zoom.
Yes, she is. Ma'am, state your name, please.
Angel Ford.
All right. Ms. Ford, you are before the court on a citation that alleges that on or about April 22nd, 2025, at the location of Ellsworth Road in Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, that you did operate a motor vehicle in violation of your license restrictions, namely you drove without an interlock system. You understand the nature of that charge, ma'am?
Yes.
That's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 90 days, $500 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. First question I have for you is, do you want to be represented by an attorney?
Yes.
This is a public defender case.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Ms. Ford. We waive any further readings standing to the charges and request another pretrial date.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be adjourned June 4th, 2025, 9 a.m. For bond in this case will be a $10,000 personal recognizance bond, standard conditions, including no assault behavior, possession of any weapons, no use of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. You understand that, ma'am?
Yeah.
And Your Honor, we do not have a number for Ms. Ford in JIS. I would ask that you call up to the court and or the public defender's office and update your contact information, Ms. Ford.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you need the public defender's office number?
I do.
Okay, let me give it to you. You're in Ann Arbor, so it's area code 222-6970.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls case People versus Trevor Score.
Conrad Score, on behalf of the
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. I need a camera, please.
All right. Can you see me, Your Honor? Good morning.
Yes, I can see you. State your name.
My name is Travers Wolf Gore.
Gore, you are before the court on a misdemeanor complaint that alleges that on or about October 13, 2013, at a location in Pittsfield Township, that being Lily Park North, that you did operate a motor vehicle with a high blood alcohol content, with a high blood alcohol level. You understand that?
I do understand that.
All right. That's a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 180 days in jail, a $200 to $700 fine plus court costs. The court could order community service or any rehabilitative services the court deems necessary. The court could also order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services, as well as immobilize your vehicle. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't have.
All right. So my first question for you is, do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
No, I'd like to resolve this problem as soon as possible.
Okay, so what are you gonna do?
Can I explain what had happened that I remember?
I can't, if you can have a trial, if you want it set for trial, I can set it for trial. I might suggest that you might want to be represented by an attorney, sir, if you're looking to get this resolved because of the nature of the charges.
Yeah,
But that's up to you. Do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, please.
It's the public defender case.
Afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Mr. Gore. We waive further readings, stand mute to the charges, and request another pretrial date. I will say, check JAS. It looks like Mr. Gore now lives in Florida. I would ask that he be able to.
I'll let him stay where he is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'll set the pretrial for June 18, 2025 at 9 a.m. What was the alleged BAC in
The
this?
data master, 0.30.29.
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set his bond at a 30,000 personal recognizance bond. All other standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or possession of any weapons. There's to be no use of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. Under these circumstances, I would normally order a tether of some type, and I'm just this was a 2013 case. Have you been in treatment at all, sir?
I have. I just tomorrow is my 20 months sobriety. I was at the Salvation Army of Tampa, ARC for since the 21st of 2023 till April 25. So I did 19 and a half months of in-house treatment and worked for the Salvation Army. I've done the 12-step program and I now sponsor other men in the program.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna withhold my decision as to whether or not to order a tether. You are to provide through your attorney treatment information, and then I can take that into consideration in terms of any further bond conditions.
I have all that with me today, actually. So
okay, so you'll need to submit that to your attorney, and then we'll see where we go from there.
okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Now, how do I get a hold of my attorney? Do I call that 222 number or do I?
Yes, if you wrote it down, thank you.
Yeah, 222-6970.
Yes, area code 734.
Yes, sir. I used to
And I
live there.
have a number for you that ends in 0016. Is that the best number for you?
00. Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All
God
right.
bless.
Take care. Court calls. Yes, yeah. Court calls case people versus, is it Enray, Gory? Enray?
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Gore. Mr. Gore, please state your name for the record.
Honorary Gory.
Gory, all right.
Your Honor, we do have a resolution.
Why is everybody sideways? That's just like the second one. I'll go through. There you go. All right. Well, now, okay, there he is. All right, what are we doing?
We do have a resolution. Mr. Gore is going to accept the prosecutor's offer to plead to 257.326.
Okay, the allowing an eligible driver.
Correct. Okay, count to allowing an eligible driver to operate MCL 257.326.
All right. Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I didn't hear.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead guilty to the charge of allowing an eligible driver to operate a motor vehicle. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail, a $100 fine plus court costs. You understand that? Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. Understanding that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
Yes.
Any question regarding those rights?
No.
Look at paragraph 5 on that form. Those are your rights, which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised he needs to be stationary?
I'm sorry.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes.
And also because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes.
July 5th, 2023, at the location of Carpenter Road near Ellsworth Road, Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan. Did you have custody or control of a motor vehicle?
Yes.
Did you allow someone who was otherwise ineligible to operate that motor vehicle?
Yes.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Sir, anything you want to say before I impose sentence?
No.
Fines and costs of $250. I'll suspend 90 days in jail. When can you get the $250 paid?
Can y'all give me at least 60 days? I'm clearing up. I got about $1,500 in fees to pay. I'm getting all these courts out the way, and you guys were the last court that I had to get in contact with. So
you held us till last?
Say it again.
What? I said you held us till last?
I was going in order. That's all. I was just trying to get it out.
Oh, okay. So we ended up Washtenaw, so we're at the bottom. Okay.
No, y'all at the
I
top.
got
And y'all the furthest too. So
all right. Okay. Look, young man, get this paid off. I'll give you till July 31st, 2025. How's that?
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Oh, you too.
Court calls case People versus Shamika Grimmett.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie. Present please Sue.
I think I did see her. Yep. Ms. Grimmett?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Need a camera. All right. What are we doing? Oh, there she is. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Grimmett had 4 tickets that were holding up her license before she could take her test again. 3 of those tickets are paid off, and one of them actually gets paid on the 4th of June. So then she can potentially take her test. That being said, I'm not trying to pick a date, but I would ask if the court would consider adjourning this out to July 2nd.
She's got a warrant out of 1484
I did not know that, Your Honor.
for
I
another
didn't either.
driving while hold it. Yeah, for driving while license suspended charge. That occurred. The offense date of that is February 20th of 2025. So after you were arraigned on this, you picked up another ticket. It was February 20th at 11:01 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would, Your Honor, I know it's not you probably can't.
I know about that ticket. I
I
was on my way to work.
can, but she needs to appear over there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, actually here, because yeah, if she appears here or sends in a warrant recall, they'll probably do that and set her another date.
Thank you, Your Honor. But she has not been arraigned on that case yet?
She actually was. Yeah, well, hang on a second. It looks like she was. You don't show it?
No, sir.
Okay, I just see the next things appearing. So she has not been arraigned.
Oh,
So this case, I will adjourn to the July 2nd, 2025 date, 9 a.m. I'll give her the time to do that. She's got to get that other thing clear and then try to get a license back. Court
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case People versus Chelsea Hogan.
Henry Siller, we have Dismissal Township.
Defender Dan Lee, on behalf of Ms. Hogan.
Ms. Hogan, can you state your name, please?
Chelsea Hogan.
All right, yep, she's here.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe there's a resolution in this case to which my client will be admitting responsibility for the civil infraction of failing to stop, and in exchange, the misdemeanor will be dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor. So I move failure to stop at within an assured clear distance. MCL 257.627.
Sure.
Or 9? I think it's 7.
Okay, we'll try that. What do you have? Is that
120.
all right? And then count 1 would be dismissed.
That's correct. Thank you.
All right, ma'am, do you admit responsibility to the fact that on November 10th, 2024, at a location in Pittsfield Township, that you operated a motor vehicle and that you failed to stop at a shared clear distance?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept that admission to that count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Fines and cost of $120. When can you get that paid?
Can I get 14 days for that?
14 days? I think we can do that. How about June 6th?
That's perfect. Thank you.
All right, June 6th, 2025.
And
All
I
right.
agree, Jack. It is MCL 257.627.
627. All right, thank you. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hogan.
Court calls the case People versus Yusuf Jama.
Henry Siller on behalf of Dismissal Township.
Under Natalie Tate, with and on behalf of Mr. Dama, who is present via Zoom, here, can you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Yusuf Jama.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm respectfully requesting an adjournment, I guess 2 in a row, or not quite in a row. I would be asking for the July 2nd date. Just this morning, I was able to provide some treatment verification to Mr. Siller. We're hoping to see possibly some more information or to see how well Mr. Jama continues in that program. So I would ask.
So he's currently in treatment.
Yes, Your Honor.
Without objection, July 2nd, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case People versus Chad Jones.
Henry Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
This is insurance.
Chad Jones. I issued an order to show cause.
Yes.
Not not appearing, bench warrant will issue, bond 5,000. Give 10% privilege, that warrant will issue immediately. Court calls case of the people versus Merriman Kasham.
Hunter Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Ms. Kasham, who does have a valid license and did give me permission to accept the offer on her behalf.
So Your Honor, I moved at count 2 of double parking. If you accept that admission and dismiss the original charge.
And you having authority, you do admit responsibility to that on behalf of your client.
I do.
Court will admit responsibility to count 2 or accept responsibility. Accept the admission to responsibility under count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Fines and cost of $180. When can that get paid?
I'd ask for 4 weeks, Your Honor.
Just cause or what?
Right? Seems good. Nice round number.
Pay it by June 30th, 2025. Court calls the case people versus William Katke.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Mr. Katke. Mr. Katke, please state your name for the record.
William Katke.
Your Honor, we have come to a resolution. Mr. Katke is going to be pleading guilty to allowing an ineligible driver to operate a motor vehicle, 257.326. I do have an advice of rights form that he gave me permission. Never mind, I don't even need this. Mr. Siller informed me that he's gonna give you even better offer, Mr. Katke. He's offering you to admit responsibility of double parking, which is not, it's a civil infraction, doesn't go on your driving record, doesn't go on your criminal record. It's a fine of $180.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Might be going. So Your Honor, I moved at count 2 of double parking. If you accept that, move to dismiss the original charge.
All right, Mr. Katke, do you admit responsibility to the fact that on February 10th, 2025, location of Michigan Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, that you double parked a motor vehicle?
I do.
All right. Court will accept that admission to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Fines and costs of $180. When can you get that paid, sir?
Today.
Oh, thank you. Pay that today. May want to wait till later in the afternoon to try to, if you pay it online.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Court calls the case people versus Jaden Kendrick.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Public Defender Natalie Pate.
Oh, he is here on Zoom. With on behalf of Mr. Kendrick, who appears via Zoom, sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Jaden Kendrick.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do not have a good phone number for Mr. Kendrick. I do have an email address, however, so I would ask first for an adjournment, and then secondarily, if Mr. Kendrick would be so kind as to call the public defender's office, update his phone number.
I'll adjourn him June 18, 2025, 9 a.m. Okay. Could you got the PD's number?
Oh, which Washtenaws?
Yeah.
I can get it.
Okay. You got to call them, make sure they have a good phone number for you.
Got it.
Okay. All right.
And this is by June
Thank you.
18th.
Yes, the 18th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case of the people versus Vincent Lambert.
Conrad Silver.
Okay, no.
So this is an arraignment, Your Honor. The second case is a
Warrant.
and I don't have. Mr. Lambert.
Vincent Lambert, no response. I have another warrant, so bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear, bond $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege. That warrant will issue immediately, given the other warrant. Court does call the case of the people versus Montez Miller.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
On behalf of Mr. Miller, who may be present via Zoom. I don't have Mr. So, Your Honor, I was able to leave, I do not have a direct number for Mr. Miller himself. I only have his mother's number and then the number of the Christian Guidance Center. I spoke with someone there. It is my understanding that he's not currently there, but has been there previously. To that end, outside of not having a direct phone number for him, so I was unable to communicate with him directly. I do not have an explanation for his failure to appear. For the record, I request an adjournment.
Bench warrant will issue bond 5,000, 10%.
They are here in Zoom.
They are. The court does call the case, Pittsfield Township versus Guzen Hung.
Here.
No, that's not you. Ms. Hung?
Kim Time đây đâu á?
Thưa.
Hi, Lê Hậu.
All right. She's there. We were unable to get an interpreter through our two services. So I do not have an interpreter. Is there somebody there with her that
Yes,
does speak?
yes, I am the daughter.
Pardon?
I am the daughter.
Okay. So since we don't have a court interpreter on this, I'm going to adjourn this out and give us time to try to find one. I'll adjourn it to July 2nd, 2025, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates. And hopefully we can get an interpreter prior to that time. All right?
You say July 2nd?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
July 2nd, 9 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize. Mr. Stiller and I very briefly approached on this regards to that issue, the interpretation.
Okay, we're all set on that case. And then we're actually back on time, kind of. So court's gonna stand in recess. We'll come back to our next block shortly. Court's in recess.
All right.
Yes, sir.
You understand you're waiving your right to a trial, either to a jury or to the court.
Right, of course I would.
Okay? At a trial, you'd be able to call witnesses to testify on your behalf, subpoena witnesses to force them to appear here and testify, and present evidence in your own behalf. You understand you're giving up those rights?
Yes, I understand that, sir.
Okay. You understand you're giving up the right to question any witnesses the state would have against you?
Yes, I do now.
Okay. And finally, you understand you're giving up the right to have the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt you did in fact commit this offense.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, sir.
Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. Kind of.
You have any question about your rights today?
No, I read over the info.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty then? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. I'll accept your guilty plea. I find you guilty. Did you want to say anything else today?
No, that's all. I just wanted to know. I mean, no, it's okay.
Where do you live?
I live with my mom. Well, I don't have a home right now, but hopefully I'll be able to live with my mom. I put the address on the paper and my mom's phone number. That way she might be able to pick me up
She
today.
lives in Thornville?
No, she lives in Rushville. My grandmother lives in Thornville.
Okay, Rushville, okay.
I'm from Columbus, so, but I'm usually not out in Newark, so I don't know how the rules work out here. I wasn't hip to that. I'm sorry, sir. I did get warned earlier that day not to be seen in public with my shirt off, though, and I did it again. Sir.
Okay, I'm gonna set a sentencing hearing. I'll say your bond at 2,500, cash surety 10%. I'll get that set quickly for you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Next matter is 25 CRB 632, State of Ohio versus Samuel Simpson. Mr. Simpson, today's hearing is being recorded. Anything you say can be used against you in the future. You have a right to an attorney. If you can afford one, you can make an application for a court-appointed attorney. I have a complaint here charging you with trespass, or excuse me, disorderly conduct and trespass. Did you receive a copy of those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you need me to read those to you today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Maximum penalty for both of those offenses is 30 days in jail and a $250 fine. You have any question about the charges?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. How would you like to plead today?
No contest, Your Honor.
Okay. You understand that the facts in the complaint and the police report are sufficient to convict you of those offenses? I'd find you guilty today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You understand you're waiving your right to an attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand you're waiving your right to a trial, either to a jury or to the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
At a trial, you'd be able to call witnesses to testify on your behalf, subpoena witnesses to force them to appear here and testify, and present evidence in your own behalf. You understand you're giving up those rights today?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up the right to question any witnesses the state would have against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And finally, you understand you're giving up the right that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt you did in fact commit these offenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Good. Police report says on May 20, 2025 in Heath at Buffalo Wild Wings, you made a disturbance, were asked to leave, and then also continue making a disturbance after asked to leave. Do you agree with those facts?
Yes, sir. I was, can I say something, Your
Yeah,
Honor?
go ahead.
So I have a very serious alcohol problem.
Okay.
I'm an alcoholic, and I'm sorry. I was in a blackout. And I'm supposed to be on medication for my depression. I'm supposed to be taking Proceedings. I've not been on my medication for like almost a month now.
Okay.
But I sincerely apologize.
You see a doctor?
Yeah.
Where's your doctor?
In Columbus.
Columbus, okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, where have you been staying?
I stay with my sister in Columbus. I was visiting a friend that lives in Newark, and long story short, I left and I screwed up and I went to Buffalo Wild Wings on my way back to my sister's that I live in Columbus, and I was in a total blackout.
Okay.
You know?
What's your Muskingum County warrant for?
Probation.
Probation. You're on probation in Muskingum County?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you talked to your probation officer recently?
No, Your Honor, I haven't.
Okay.
I want to do the best I can to get switched over in Columbus because that's where I live at.
Okay.
So what I'd like to be able to do is just resolve this as quickly as possible. That way I can take care of.
Yeah, they're going to
warrants.
take you. Muskingum County's going to come get you after this is over, I'm sure. Okay. I'll accept your no contest plea. I'll find you guilty. I'll set a sentencing hearing. I'll set your bond at $2,500, cash surety 10%. We'll get that set here quickly. Okay.
So what happens now?
I'll sentence you at the sentencing hearing after the prosecutor gives a recommendation, and they have to tell me whether Buffalo Wild Wings wanted to have any input on the case.
So do I have another court date?
Yes, you'll have another court date. Yeah.
So when's my court date?
It'll probably be Wednesday. It'll probably be early next week, I would guess.
So I have a bond?
Yes.
It's 2,500?
Yeah, 10%.
Okay, and then if I can't bond out, I'll just go to court next week?
Yes. If you do bond out, though, I imagine the Muskingum County is going to come and get you.
Okay, so do I have a public defender?
Not in this case. You entered a no contest plea.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So I'll know how much time I got next week?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll bring you over here to the courtroom next week.
Okay.
Okay? Any other
Okay.
questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, as you hear me tell those folks, today's hearing is being recorded. Anything you say can be used against you in the future. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, you can make an application today for a court-appointed attorney. When I call your name, have a seat at the table there. We'll go over your charge and your plea, and then you need to go to the clerk's office. Next matter is 25 TRD 4225, State of Ohio versus Jimmy Parks. Mr. Parks, I have a ticket from May 13 charging you with driving without a license. Did you receive a copy of that?
Yes, sir. I don't know how to take that since I literally just a half hour before this happened, I got my permit.
Okay.
And then I was on my way here to pick up my girlfriend because she was here getting her stuff fixed. And I had dropped my food in my lap and I went to reach for it and I jerked the wheel and I went over the roundabout and I bumped the lady's tire.
Okay.
And I do have insurance.
Okay. Yeah, you weren't charged with failure to control. You were just charged for driving without a license.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't know how to.
So you bumped another vehicle? You didn't.
Yeah.
You didn't damage it at all?
No, sir.
Okay. That's probably why he didn't charge you for that then.
Well, yeah, and he also told me I didn't have to appear. And then I worked last night and.
Yeah, that's not right. I don't know why he told you that. If you don't have a driver's license, you have to appear in court.
Well, see, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
And I do have a question. So being over over 18, do you have to have a licensed driver in the vehicle with you too?
If you have a temporary permit, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that just pertained to if you were under 18.
No, if you have a temporary permit, you have to do that. Yep.
Yeah, my test is on the 27th of this month.
Okay. All right. 27th. Okay. So if you wanted to plead not guilty today, get all that taken care of, and you come back with your license, the prosecutor might dismiss that charge. You still have to pay court costs, but that's an option if you wanted to see if you could get that done before your next hearing date.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be great.
All right.
Absolutely. Yeah, I stopped at that new chicken shack there and got some food on the way over here, and well,
Okay.
all
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you'll either be a Tuesday morning with Judge Stansbury or Wednesday morning with me. So if you get your license on the 27th, you should be in good shape. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next matter is 22 TRD 8248 and 22 TRD 6457, State of Ohio
Come with
versus
me.
Joseph Dotson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Dotson, I have let's see here, ticket from July 28th of 22 on National Road in Etna Township for Mark Lane's violation. You recall that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Maximum penalty for that is a $150 fine. You have any question about that ticket?
No, sir.
Okay. How would you like to plead?
Guilty, sir.
You understand that a guilty plea is a complete admission of your guilt?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. You understand you're waiving your right to a trial today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll accept your guilty plea, find you guilty. That'll be $9 in court costs. Then I have a ticket from September 24th of 22. That was on Route 40 in Reynoldsburg for driving under suspension and expired tags. You recall that one?
Yes, sir.
It's probably got the wrong code section. Nope, it's been a minute. Okay. All right, maximum penalty for expired tags is a $150 fine. Maximum penalty for the suspension is 500 hours of community service and a $1,000 fine. You have any question about that charge?
No, sir.
Okay. How would you like to plead to those?
Guilty, sir. I just want to get it taken care of.
Okay. I'll accept your guilty pleas. I find you guilty. I take it you don't have your license because of these?
No, sir. I'm actually in sober living up in Columbus right now. I've been
Okay.
in jail for a while.
All right.
Yeah, they had a court picture. I'm able to get it back this month, or next month in June.
Okay.
If this gets raised, okay.
Okay, good. Okay. Now 125 in court costs on that one. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Next matter is 25 TRD 2501, State of Ohio versus Talawamini Nanimi, Adamodi. Is it Adamodi?
Yeah, Adamodi.
Okay. Ms. Adamodi, you missed your driving under suspension hearing. What happened there?
Yeah, like, I accidentally declared not guilty.
Okay.
I meant to say guilty.
Okay.
It was a long day.
Okay, you want to take care of that today then?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, I came here to take care of the beach warrant, or is they said there's a bench warrant.
Yeah, that's this case. That's for the ticket here. It's
Oh,
for not showing up to court, yeah.
Oh, okay. And then I also got my SR22.
Okay, good.
So if I can get my license back, so I can.
Okay, so you don't have it at the moment probably because of the warrant, is that why? Or-
I think so, but
Okay.
I paid the bond. I thought I got everything situated. I don't
Okay, let me look you up on the BMV here and see what's going on. 'Cause it looks like at the time you were here last time, you had a 12-point suspension.
Yeah, they gave me a website to get some points off.
Okay. Yeah, you can take a remedial driving, you have to take a remedial
Yeah,
driving course.
remedial driving
Yeah.
course. I'm gonna do that.
Okay. So, let's see. you still have the 12 point, which lucky for you, they didn't charge you with, because that's mandatory jail time. So if you get caught driving currently, there's mandatory jail time on that charge, okay? Oh no, I'm sorry, there's mandatory jail time on this one, because this is what they charge you with on this one too. Okay, so before you plead guilty here, there's a mandatory 3 days in jail, $250 fine, and a license suspension. Any questions about that?
Is there any way I can get my license valid? Because he said it's gonna be spent until August 11th.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to get to work and back, and I need a car.
Yeah.
I was wanting to buy a car as well. So.
Okay, so you need the SR22, you need to do the remedial driving course. You'll have to apply for privileges on the 12-point suspension once you get that stuff taken care of.
The remedial?
That's part of what you have to do to get privileges on the 12-point suspension.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And then I'll just come back.
You have to apply for that. You have to file for that. What you need to do is go down to the probation department, make an appointment with somebody that can help you figure out all the stuff you need to do. Okay. So you can do that if you like. You can do it on your own, but if you want some help, you can do that. On this charge currently, there's mandatory 3 days in jail, just so you know before you plead guilty, okay?
Okay, that means I have to serve 3 days in jail?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, today? Like,
I can give you a report date. You can report to the jail if that's how you want to do it.
Or I pay $250?
No, you have to do both of those things.
Okay.
Those are the minimums.
Okay.
The maximum is 180 days in jail and a $1,000 fine.
Okay.
Any other questions today?
No more questions.
Okay. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna go to the probation officer.
Okay. Now, how do you want to plead today? Do you want this reset for trial with Judge Stansberry, or do you want to take care of it today?
I don't know what to do.
Okay. You want to talk to an attorney about it?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see here. What happened that you missed your hearing last time?
I don't know how, I never got any type of updates on when it was. I don't even know.
What's your address?
231
Haystack. Okay. Okay. So it'll be set again for trial. You can always call the clerk to see when you have to be here. You'll get a notice in the mail, but even if you don't get that, you can check online, or you can check with the clerk's office on the phone. Make sure you know when you're supposed to be here, okay? All right. Good, thank you. Next matter is 25 CRB 529, State of Ohio versus Shelley Petty.
Were you going to try to get a court appointed attorney? Were you going to get a court appointed attorney?
Ms. Petty, I have a complaint here charging you with assault. Did you receive a copy of that? Maximum penalty is 180 days in jail and a $1,000 fine. Do you need me to read that complaint to you today? Okay. Do you have any questions about that charge today? How would you like to plead? You want to say anything before I set your bond? You get the complaint in the mail? You did, okay. So you're at Partridge Road? Okay. Okay, if you need a court-appointed attorney, get that paperwork filled out. I have a seat in the front row of the bailiff will be right with you. Next matter is 25 TRD 4245, State of Ohio versus Dustin Huffman. Mr. Huffman, I had a ticket from the 15th, charge you with driving under suspension and a taillight violation. Did you receive a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Maximum penalty for taillight violation is a $150 fine. Maximum penalty for your suspension offense is 500 hours of community service and a $1,000 fine. You have any question about those charges?
No, sir, I don't. May I ask something?
Yeah.
I was going to have my SR 22, got that, was going to get that thing, well, I've been had it for a while, but then at last had to get another one to get, I didn't know my points were, so that off, I thought I had my license back. I wrote you, I wrote Candy, about my, the hardships and stuff, about what's going on.
Okay.
It's been going on for quite some time now, man. You know, like, I've been trying to get everything paid off, and all the time I do get it paid off, it always comes back right.
Okay. So I'm assuming your license is suspended or is expired?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A long time ago? How long's it been?
It's been forever.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
I never had a Ohio license. I only had a Florida license.
Okay.
I come up here and then I didn't know.
Do you have some Florida issues holding it up or?
No, it was here in
Okay.
Ohio. It's been since I was like 18 years old. I had
Okay.
paraphernalia bowl.
Okay, so you have some warrant blocks here, Perry County, Fairfield County.
So the 3 other counties I said.
Those 3 counties, what I see. You should be able to get those lifted if those cases are over.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, so they need to do that. Obviously, you need SR 22.
Yes, sir.
And I assume you just owe the B&Bs a bunch of money.
That's why,
Yeah. So they have some programs for payments and for amnesties. Have you looked into that?
I did all that.
Okay.
You guys gave me my clear title ready to go, like my license ready to go.
Okay.
I only had the other 2 counties to pay for fines.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what that's really stopped.
Yeah, well, you don't have any court fines that are holding you up now.
Nothing now?
Well, you probably owe money, but those aren't keeping you from getting your license.
Nothing is now, okay.
Yeah, so you
That's
just
all
have reinstatements with the BMV, those warrant blocks that I told you about.
Yeah.
And,
Where do you call them in or?
just ask to, yeah, you could probably call the clerk's office of those places and see what you need to do. They might lift them without you doing anything, I don't know.
Okay.
But you can fill out a motion while you're here for that. Because if those cases are over, there's no reason for there to be a warrant block.
And I got like 20 cars, 40 bikes, and that's what I do for business now.
Okay. Yeah, so once you get that stuff in order, you can take your driver's test and all that. What did the B&B tell you?
They basically just
Did
told
they
me-
give you a payment plan or something?
They
or-
just told me to go ahead and pay, or do what the court tells me to do. So
Okay.
they basically back and forth all the time.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get those warrant blocks lifted for the B&B to do something for you probably, but other than that, there's nothing, the fines aren't holding you up anymore.
Okay, awesome,
So,
thank
yeah.
you. That's all I wanted to bother
Yeah.
me. I got all the stuff that was going to the doctor.
Okay. How do you want to plead to these charges?
Guilty, sir.
Okay. You understand that a guilty plea is a complete admission of your guilt?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're waiving your right to a trial today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Accept your guilty plea, find you guilty.
I just hate looking over my back. You know, like,
Yep.
I'm always 8 years old. He wants to learn how to drive. That's when I learned not to.
All right, 150 in court costs. Thank you. Next matter is 25 CRB 568, State of Ohio versus Timothy Spangler.
Come with me.
Mr. Spangler, I have a complaint here charging you with theft. Did you receive a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you need me to read that to you?
No, sir.
Maximum penalty is 180 days in jail and a $1,000 fine. You have any question about that charge?
I do not, sir.
How would you like to plead today?
No contest.
You understand that the facts in the complaint are sufficient to convict you of that offense? I'd find you guilty today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand you're waiving your right to an attorney?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're waiving your right to a trial, either to a jury or to the court?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At a trial, you'd be able to call witnesses to testify on your behalf, subpoena witnesses to force them to appear here and testify, and present evidence in your own behalf. You understand you're giving up those rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand you're giving up the right to question any witnesses the state would have against you?
Yes, sir.
And finally, you understand you're giving up the right to have the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt you did in fact commit this offense.
Yes, sir.
And Miss, oh, she's on the list here. She just didn't show up today, Miss Simpson.
Kylie Simpson.
Yeah.
She's currently in Fairfield County Jail.
In the Fairfield County Jail. Okay. Okay, complaint state, or the police report states on April 25th, 2025, at Walmart in Heath, Licking County, you and Ms. Simpson had concealed some items, paid for some groceries, went past the last point of sale with the items that you did not pay for. Do you agree with those facts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on that, I'll accept your no contest plea. Find you guilty of theft. Want to say anything today? Okay, are you on probation?
Yes, sir.
Where's that?
I'm on felony probation in Fairfield County.
Fairfield County? Okay. Have you talked to your probation officer about this charge?
I have not.
Okay. You understand he could send you to prison, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to set a sentencing hearing because it says some of the packages were ripped open maybe, so you might owe Walmart some money. We're going to find that out at our next hearing, okay?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about that?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, make sure you're here for your next hearing, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Come with me.